Hello everyone, this is Cool Pro 195 streaming live with the fourth live stream to my 800 followers special celebration live stream series event. That's right, people were officially on the fourth parter to this live stream series event that I have planned for my 800 followers special. And for those who are aware, or for those people who happen to just be watching this live stream, well, this particular series live from the fourth live stream onwards, you can already see that on my Twitch stats, I've already both hit and surpassed 900 followers at this point in time. But the reason why I'm doing my 800 followers special celebration live stream event in addition to that is because I have different plans for both my 800 followers special and my 900 followers special. So to catch you people up, the whole point of this event, the plan for this event is to play through every single Game Boy Advance release within the Crash Bandicoot franchise in chronological release order. Also, I'll get more into, the whole premise of this live stream as well as for the fourth live stream. Previously, on the first live stream, in live stream number 1, I did an any % completion playthrough on Crash Bandicoot Excess. On the second live stream, I did an any % completion playthrough on Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. On the third live stream, I did an any % completion playthrough on Crash Nitro Kart. Now, for the fourth live stream, I shall be doing, the plan is to do an any % completion playthrough on Crash Bandicoot Fusion, as it's known in the UK, also known as Crash Bandicoot Purple Ripto's Rage, also known as Crash Bandicoot Purple Ripto's Rampage in the USA, along with the title Crash Bandicoot Advance Waku Waku Tomodachi Daisuken in Japan. So yeah, I can't believe we're this far into the event right now. We're already 4 live streams in. So yeah, that's live stream number 1, live stream number 2, live stream... So yeah, that's pretty much live stream number 1, live stream number 2, and live stream number 3 ticked off. That's those boxes ticked. Now for live stream number 4. By the way, people, just to fill you in on what I was digressing from earlier on, this is pretty much a restart of the previous live stream based on how things panned out. So yeah, this is pretty much like a restart of the fourth live stream based on how things panned out in the previous live stream, because technically the previous live stream turned out being a trial run to the actual fourth live stream of this live stream series event because of the way things panned out. So yeah, first off, when I was playing through the game, I encountered a glitch. Well, I pretty much encountered a graphical glitch within the emulator where the textures were all fucked up when I entered the second phase of Dragon Castles. And at that point, it was completely unexpected, and on top of that, it just made the game unplayable because I didn't know whether or not... Because, like, you're not going to know where you're supposed to be putting your steps, that's the thing. So yeah, at that point, I ended up deciding on restarting the live stream, partially because of that, and also because of the fact that, certain things within the previous live stream could have actually panned out better on top of that, in terms of, like, gameplay and all that, but, we'll see how things pan out. Not going to overthink this, but anyways, let's not dwell on the past. Let's capitalize on the present by working towards the future. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting take. Although in terms of the glitch itself though, little did I know after I finished the live stream is that if you actually restart the game, it actually fixes it. It fixes that problem, and I did that and everything went back to normal. So yeah, that's what I did in terms of like, ROM testing after the previous live stream that turned into a trial run. So yeah, that's pretty much the case. Anyways, no time like the present to crack on. And yeah, I ended up saying Ripto's Rage instead of Ripto's Rampage for getting the title of Spyro to Ripto's Rage confused, which is like the US title for, which is like, the USA title for Spyro 2 Gateway to Glimmer. But yeah, we get the picture. But anyways, yeah, Crash Bandicoot Purple Ripto's Rampage. That was an interesting title for the USA release. Okay, so before anything important is forgotten, honourable shoutouts to both Mr. Original Name and James the Crimson Dragon for your previous donations within past live streams. I highly appreciate the extended level of support that you put towards the channel. Donations are nowhere. Sorry about that, people. But anyways, yeah, donations are no way mandatory for what they're worth. All they are is just an extended level of support. They are no way mandatory, and the only thing that matters, the most important thing, is that people just jump into the chat. They just pop in, chill out, and have a cool time. So yeah, just pop into the chat and have a chill time. Because that's what part of these live streams are all about. By the way, the same thing goes for both subs and bits as well, which, by the way, additional honourable shout out to Limit Break Ryan, who has actually previously subscribed to my Twitch channel at tier 1 for 1 month. So yeah, he's pretty much like, one of the first people to actually, put an actual paid Twitch sub towards my channel, which I highly appreciate the extended level of support. You didn't have to do that. Of course, like, they're no way mandatory, but still, I highly appreciate the extended level of support when it comes to your own personal generosity. Just make sure you always do so on your own accord, on your own terms. But apart from that, of course, the most important thing is that people just pop into the chat and have a chill time. So anyways, that's that part out of the way. Okay, now I've officially just jumped into the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server by default. So for those of you who actually want to jump into the commentary, for those who want to guest commentate, and you happen to have me within the Dingo Crash Discord server, feel free and be sure to jump into the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server. However, if you happen to have me in another Discord server, then feel free to put in a request for me to move the commentary to another voice chat channel within that specific Discord server that you plan to request. So yeah, I'm just here by default. Okay, now no time like the present to whip this out to social media and post it all over Discord servers. Promote yourself. So this is definitely going to be interesting. There's always no time like the present. Of course, it's never fun when you get, like, a bullshit build up in your throat that, like, sort of fucks you up mid-commentary, but sometimes that just can't be helped. It is what it is. But anyways, we're pushing forwards. I'm just glad to get this back up and running. So yeah, I think the next time that happens, I think the next time that glitch happens, my first instinct would be to either just reset the game, well, not even reset the game, just like, I think the first thing I might do is just, you know, come out of a, what do you call it, just like exit the game, but not restart the game completely, just like exit, you know, the adventure per se from its save file, then jump back in to the save file that I was on, since, you know, thankfully the game actually saves automatically, which is, you know, it's pretty decent for a Game Boy Advance game, I must admit. It's also pretty ahead of its time for a Game Boy Advance game on top of that. But yeah, I think my first action, well, my first course of action would be to just, you know, just jump out of the game's progression, then jump back in. Then if the problem persists, I'll reset the game within the actual emulator itself. So yeah, that'll pretty much, I don't know whether or not that counts as a soft reset or a hard reset. Because a soft reset, I think, would be like an in-game function per se, so a hard reset would be like an actual proper reset of the system, so technically the emulator would treat it as though you've reset the console. But then again, if that doesn't work, I'll legit just close and reopen the emulator and start the game back up. I think that's presumably what it looks like. I think that's presumably the case, you know, it's like, I don't know exactly how it works, but I presume that there's some sort of, it looks like a cache issue because of like the amount of data that it collects up. It might be a result of that, I'm not entirely sure. So yeah, if you look at the archive of the previous livestream, if you look at the VOD archive of the previous livestream, you'll see that that glitch actually took place. There's like graphical glitches all over the place. Well, they're not necessarily glitching out, but they're just like, you know, it just wasn't displaying the correct textures in the background. But the funny thing is, the foreground assets were still, like, the foreground sprites were still correct. So yeah, that would be my course of action. So yeah, bear with me people, it'll take a bit of time. This is pretty much the jarring process of it, in terms of like posting the link to multiple different Discord servers. I mean, I already have them saved to like post anyway. The good thing about Discord is that, like, you know, the post will literally just stay there for like a day or so before you actually decide to post it, and then I think after a certain amount of time it will just disappear if you leave it for like, I don't know how long. Maybe after like 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, it might disappear. But you know, it's a good thing that it keeps it for like, you know, an extended amount of time before you, so then like, you know, it gives you a bit of leeway before you actually post it, and it saves you a bit of time, even though it's still technically posting it all. Even though it's still technically posting the link manually, it still saves you a bit of time from having to, like, you know, manually paste it every time you're posting it manually. Because of course, like, the pasted contents would already be there. They'd already be present in the text box field. Although, interestingly enough, I've actually been looking up on an app in order to sort of circumvent that type of, you know, this type of process of posting it manually to every single Discord server and then just have it distribute to specific channels in order to have it, you know, distribute to specific text channels within specific Discord servers. And there's pretty much one that looks, well, there's pretty much one approach that seems the most legit for the way it presents itself. I know for a fact that it's legit because it's not like one of those, you know, third-party companies. It's like from one of the most well-known companies that you know, present within the tech industry per se. So I've pretty much been looking up on that myself, especially since, like, you know, after I finished the previous live stream, aka the trial run to this live stream. And I found that the Elgato Stream Deck actually has that function. You can actually post a link to multiple different Discord servers within specific text channels. So you can literally have Elgato Stream Deck posting, you can legit have Elgato Stream Deck distributing whatever post you make to specific text channels within particular Discord servers, which is really cool. And as a matter of fact, you can already download the software and have that all set up, which by the way, I've actually already put it in place myself. But the kicker is, you're gonna need an actual Elgato Stream Deck in order to actually, you know, utilize the functions of that. I mean, you can have it set up on the software ahead of time, which is pretty convenient. You can like go online, you can like go on the official website, download the software, set everything up. But of course, you'll need to create an Elgato marketplace account, which by the way takes less than 30 seconds to do, so that part you can just piss easily get out of the way. So yeah, all it's gonna take is to just, you know, actually purchase an Elgato Stream Deck at some point, which I don't know when I actually plan on purchasing one myself, but right now I'm just sticking to this for the time being. So yeah, just sticking to this at present. Because like I said, of course, like, you have to purchase it, it costs money, so like, of course it's not a decision to make lightly. But you know, it is what it is. We deal with shit in this world. So yeah, more about the game in a bit. So yeah, still a bit early. I've actually started streaming a bit earlier than last week as well, which is, you know, actually pretty convenient because it just saves a bit of time, and the sooner you get started on it, the better. Okay, and I've pretty much covered all Discord servers possible. On top of that, I've just been clearing my throat as well. So yeah, there's that and all. But let me just deal with something real quick before we jump into the action. Okay, yeah, legit had to ban one of those self-promotion bots that pop up. But yeah, anyways, not gonna give it too much oxygen because it's just not worth the promo. But yeah, anyways, back to the game itself. Okay, so as for Crash Bandicoot Fusion, it's gonna be a fun game. It's gonna be interesting because even though it utilizes platforming for, like, you know, the home worlds and stuff, it also utilizes a wide variety of different types of gameplay concepts when it comes to the actual levels and bonus rounds and stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting. Also, yeah, speaking of like how the live stream has been progressing, yeah, so far it's been going fine. That's pretty much the intro sorted, plus, you know, all the social media promo along with the Discord server promo on top of that. So normally at this point, Rob would be like one of the first people to jump into the live stream, but of course, I think at this point, just like last week, he's working remotely, so he can only jump in whenever possible. So yeah, as you can see in a previous live stream, he jumped in quite quickly, but at this point, I presume, like, I think it's because I started earlier as well. I started, like, I think roughly half an hour earlier, roughly 30 minutes earlier. So in a way, it gave me a bit more, you know, a bit more leeway and a bit more space before he could potentially jump in. But anyways, everyone can just jump in at their own time. So yeah, I got a lot of nostalgic fondness of Crash Bandicoot Fusion. With that being the case, let's jump right into the fourth game. No time like the present, people. No time like the present to jump into all the action and start up with the gameplay. So let's fire up the Visual Boy Advance emulator. Now no time like the present to cue the Game Boy Advance startup sequence. Here we are, people, with Crash Bandicoot Fusion. Yeah, I had to test the controller just so it's working properly. Because of course we don't want a repeat of what happened within the third livestream. But anyways, yeah, let's jump right in. Okay, here we are with Crash Bandicoot Fusion. A game full of nostalgia, and it's going to be a lot of fun with all the wide variety of gameplay concepts that it has to offer. And I know that the energy sort of feels slightly different in comparison to the previous livestream, which ended up being a trial run, which, by the way, you can either, like, you know, feel free to watch for yourself or skip it depending on whether you feel like doing, because technically that'll be treated as like more of like a bonus exhibition part to the livestream series now per se, since it's no longer canon at this point in time. So anyways, let's jump into all the action. Create a new save file. Okay, so yeah, we got a pretty cool and basic title sequence, or pretty much a basic title screen. It's pretty interesting how with like every single release, or at least with every single chronological release within the Crash Bandicoot franchise, the Game Boy Advance, or at least the developers sort of, you know, pushed the Game Boy Advance's performance capabilities with whatever it can handle, such as like, you know, putting 3D models into the picture, even though like I presume those 3D models are sort of masked behind GIF images or whatever, or like GIF animation sequences per se. Because yeah, as you can see, it's utilizing a 3D model from Crash Nitro Kart. So yeah, that's Crash Bandicoot's model from Crash Nitro Kart, just like floating on top of an asteroid, pretty much like, you know, a rock in space, just hovering up and down. It's pretty dope. Honestly, it's nice attention to detail that they put into the picture, and speaking of attention to detail, you're gonna see that within the cutscenes themselves. You'll see characters drifting in and out of the picture and all that. It's like, they always step it up every single chronological release. At least that's what Vicarious Visions do. Of course, your mileage may vary per game and per franchise and per developer, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, it's gonna be chill. Let's jump into all the action. So it's agreed, Ripto. We'll work together to rid ourselves of Spyro and Crash. It would make more sense to say Crash and Spyro first, since Crash Bandicoot came first, but you get the picture. Not such a big deal, but you know. Just a minor observation there, but yeah, anyways, let's proceed. My genetic modifications to your army of Riptocs will cause those two even more trouble.
Yes, Cortex, and dressing them up as Crash and Spyro, ha ha ha. Our foes won't even realize they should be on the same side.
I'll activate the warp pads. Soon we shall conquer this measly planet. Ha 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 ha.
And as you can see, that's Riptocs and Rhinox just jumping out of the warp pad, which, by the way, is sampled from both Crash Team Racing and Crash Nitro Kart. So yeah, pretty interesting attention to detail there. This is where it gets even more interesting. You see Aku Aku mask, you can legit see like Aku Aku's sprite just floating and having a bit of animation on, like, you know, the bottom part of his beard per se. just like moving left and right as he's going up and down. So yeah, that's a Crash Nitro Kart model sprite there. Okay, so back to the dialogue. Coco, I sense something is wrong in the jungle again, and so soon since our last adventure.
Yes, Sakuaku, something is definitely going on here. All these strange creatures are popping up everywhere.
I fear this is Cortex's work again. We need someone who can look into this. Someone brave and fearless who can get the job done. But all we have is Crash, so he'll have to do. As a matter of fact, Crash actually saved your ass more times than you've had hot dinners, so yeah, be appreciative of that. But now that's all good. But yeah, the fact that Crash has like, you know, saved them multiple times and then they have the dialogue do this. It's a bit of a slap in the face, but you know, just in for sport here. It's all for fun, people. It's just jokes. It's all calm. Crash! And they have like the wow sound effects just pop up as Crash drifts into the picture. So yeah, Nitro Kart models, Crash Nitro Kart models up in the building, mofos. Crash, I'm afraid Cortex is up to his old tricks again. This time, he's recruited new dragon-like creatures to steal our power crystals. They must be stopped. That's almost like a Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped reference there. But instead he says they instead of we, in the whole "we must be stopped" line. So yeah, we get a picture.
The warp pads all over the jungle lead to a purple power crystal. We can't let Cortex get his hands on them. It's up to you to save the world again, Crash.
The way the dialogue instantly just shows appreciation for Crash, or the way the dialogue immediately, you know, recognizes Crash's contributions and shows appreciation for him right after that minor detail there. Or right after that, you know, minor backhand there. That minor backhand there. But yeah, we get the picture. Man, live commentary's a bit of a bitch, but you know, it is what it is. Anyways, let's proceed. Okay, so here we are in the home world. So we're starting off with Wampa Jungle. It has like the, what do you call it? As you can see, the idle animations are pretty basic, but at the same time, if you wait long enough, it pretty much plays the idle animation from Crash Bandicoot XS where he's playing on a portable console. So yeah, it's nice that they carried that. It's nice that they carried that over. So yeah, our mileage may vary when it comes to that. Well, here he is with a portable console. I don't know whether or not that was even supposed to be a Game Boy Advance that he's playing, but yeah, anyways, we get the picture. So anyways, yeah, so we still have Crash Bandicoot's moveset within the game, within like, you know, the actual homeworlds themselves, but the only difference is that like, it's partially stripped, which is quite a piss take. So we can still jump, we can still double jump, and we can still spin, but we can't slide, and we can't do the Death Tornado spin, and we can't body slam either, or we can't super body slam, as a matter of fact. And on top of that, we don't even have the speed shoes either, so we can't even turbo run. I never understood why they downgraded Crash Bandicoot's moveset in this game when it came, especially when it came to the platforming sections. But you know, it is what it is. We can't change the past, but we can capitalize on the present and progress to the future.
Crash, I've managed to build a warp portal to take you to other parts of the world. You'll need to collect 5 purple crystals from each area in order to power the portal to the next section though. Good luck, Crash.
So yeah, they have dialogue and all that popping up as well. So yeah, that was the heads up display right there, and the first enemy we take out is a Riptok or Rhinoc or what the fuck ever from Spyro the Dragon. And yeah, you'll see some Spyro the Dragon references here because technically this is a crossover game, which, you know, I haven't pointed out yet. So yeah, But of course the dialogue is pointed out there, and as you can see we have like these icons over here which, you know, they've reused from Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, which of course is made out of the power-up symbols from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, but of course replaced with a question mark in the center. Anyways, yeah, these hints are pretty basic, but I'll just pull them up anyway, just for showcase purposes. Crash, I can help you find the warp pads. Crash. Wait, let me clear my throat a bit. Okay, that's better. Crash, I can help you find the warp pads as you explore. If a warp pad is nearby, I'll fly towards it to help you find it. So yeah, pretty much Aku always assists you whenever he like clocks a warp pad from afar. Whenever he clocks a warp pad from afar, and every time he does that, it plays like his sprite sort of like changes color, and at the same time it's like, or it either changes color or it goes black and white, but at the same time it also just like, it plays a sort of like lifting sound effect, or like, you know, a chain rotating sound effect per se, or what the fuck ever. So yeah, up here first we're approaching a bonus round. Crash, all the Wumpa fruit you've collected will be lost if you lose your life before entering a new area. Be careful. So yeah, first bit of platforming here. Press select to display your total amount of Wumpa fruit, clear gems, and purple crystals. So yeah, pretty much just a hint to tell you to pull up your heads up display, and of course like we press the attack button, which in this case is B, in order to like, you know, unlock bonus rounds, and in order to like, you know, unlock actual proper levels and bonus rounds, or just like enter them in general. And of course the jump button, the A button, aka the jump button, of course serves its own purpose. So yeah, bonus round of free falling. So yeah, this is our first bonus round of a game. So let's jump in. Destroy all the crates. So yeah, in this bonus round, it plays pretty much exactly like a conventional Crash Bandicoot level per se. And interestingly enough, this one in particular actually reminds me of the second phase in the level Anguish Lagoon from the original Rayman, where he's literally just plummeting on his way downwards to have his first boss fight encounter with Bazit, as he's like, you know, collecting all the things on the way down. That was close. Yeah, sometimes it's useful to utilize your double jump as you're like, you know, plummeting down, in order to prevent yourself from missing a box in the process while you're plummeting. That was super close right there. Wow, you see that? You clocked that? The second I landed, I legit phased through that gem. I clipped right through it the second I landed on it. It's like, it doesn't even process Crash collecting the gem until you actually properly pass through it as you're platforming. By the way, every time you complete a level or a bonus round, or you just exit out of it in general, it sort of respawns Wumpa fruit. It pretty much respawns like, you know, all the Wumpa fruit, and pretty much like all the elements within the homeworld altogether, so, which in a way is sort of helpful because you can top up on Wumpa fruit for when you need it the most, especially since the levels and stuff actually require Wumpa fruit to unlock them. And also when it comes to trading cards, which will be approaching soon enough, you'll see that they're like, you know, you'll see that Wumpa fruit is required in order to purchase them as well. Okay, so yeah, let's just check this out. You need Wumpa fruit to unlock the warp pads, Crash. When you have the amount of Wumpa fruit necessary, press B to unlock the warp pad and enter the minigame. Beat the minigame to collect the purple crystal. Okay, so yeah, Aku's legit itching to unlock it, so let's just unlock Grin and Bear It. The first proper level of the game, which by the way is also a polar bear riding level, which is pretty interesting. Interesting how the first proper level was a polar level, but yeah, anyways, let's jump right in. Reach the end. Press A to jump. For a turbo boost, press B or R. Press B or R to turbo. So yeah, interesting way to like read out the hints. Okay, so it's interesting how the first polar bear level takes place in the jungle, but at the same time, like, for what it's worth, for the way they sort of like, you know, set these up. Okay, Mr. Crate there, fuck that. I jumped. It's easy to overshoot the jumps as well when it comes to like, whatever, you know, whatever happens, but you know, it is what it is. Here's the thing of like speeding up, you can actually, you know, whenever you actually speed up on the polar bear, it allows you to get a higher jump, and not only just a higher jump but a longer jump as well, so it's useful to utilize in order to like, you know, jump longer stretches and reach higher platforms per se. And that one was pretty close for what it's worth. Okay, so not such a massive loss, but you know, still a little bit better than previously for what it's worth. It's also interesting how like they have like, you know, different settings per world. Well, not even different settings per world, but you know, above way people, here we are. Just completed the level, and every time we complete a level and pick up a crystal or even a trading card, it plays the Spyro 2 fanfare. So it plays the Spyro 2 fanfare sound effect every time we complete a level, picking up a crystal or picking up a trading card. Which is pretty interesting. So yeah, when we purchase this game, we legit pay for that fanfare. So yeah, it respawns and everything as well. Hey Dark Lizard, welcome to the livestream. Dark Lizard 666 says, finally caught mans while streaming. Why was there Spyro 2 100% completion sound? Yeah, tell me about it. It's like, well, this is right here. This is what you call it. Since this is Crash Bandicoot Fusion we're talking about here, this is pretty much like one of the two Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon crossover games for the Game Boy Advance. So yeah, there's Crash Bandicoot Fusion and there's Spyro Fusion. Right now I'm playing Crash Bandicoot Fusion, as you can tell. Dark Lizard says, lol, that Spyro mask, what a parody, XD. For real, man, for real. So yeah, as you've clocked earlier on, above the warp pad, you see that before you enter the level, you see holograms of the crystals and the gems that you haven't collected yet. So they'll soon phase in after you've collected them, after you've completed the level and collected both the crystal and gem. Double jump by pressing A while in the air crash. So yeah, pretty much a basic function that we're already aware of. Yeah, we already get the picture. We got another bonus round here. So yeah, back to what I was saying about like the polar bear levels, or just like the levels in general. It's interesting how like they carry over pretty much almost every single gameplay premise from in between different types of level environments per se. And of course, the one that makes the most sense for the polar riding levels is the Arctic level setting, because it makes sense because polar bears literally come from the Arctic. So I had to clear my throat again. Yeah, once again. But you know, it'll happen. Shit happens. Anyways, let's enter our next bonus round, Crate Smash. Destroy all the crates. So yeah, some of these bonus rounds operate on a timer, which is not such a surprise. And they even like utilize the same premise as the, what do you call it, the time trial relics from the previous Crash Bandicoot games, which is pretty cool. Although, like I said previously though, the speed shoes would have been helpful in that scenario, but I think they sort of like tested the timer in order to make it so they weren't required. But anyways, I don't know what the developers were planning, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, plus they have like this spring iron crate over here, which only takes us up to a bunch of Wumpa fruits, so yeah. See, I'll be topping up Wumpa fruit. I'll be going back and forth between, like, you know, the actual, the actual homeworlds in order to top up Wumpa fruit. Therefore, like, it just makes the adventure that much easier. It just makes it easier to unlock levels in the process. It's pretty convenient how it does that. This is sort of something that Crash Team Racing doesn't do. Well, I mean Crash Tag Team Racing, but yeah, this is something that Crash Tag Team Racing doesn't do. Apart from, it doesn't do it per level, but it does it per world completion when you like pick up one of the purple gems in Crash Tag Team Racing. That was close. Nearly lost an Aku Aku mask. By the way, another downgrade that they sort of made to the whole gameplay premise, well, to the whole Crash Bandicoot gameplay premise, is that you can't get invincibility. You can only pick up a maximum of 2 masks in this game, which is quite a piss take. But you know, we can't change the past, it is what it is. The developers have made their choice, and we have to put up with it. I do find it interesting though how they sampled the warp pads from Crash Team Racing and Crash Nitro Kart. It's pretty cool. And also, like, when you open them up, it literally plays the boost initiation sound effect from Crash Nitro Kart as well. Okay, so we're approaching the second phase. You can unlock these barriers by paying the correct amount of Wumpa Fruit, Crash. So it pretty much speaks for itself, so it requires 20 Wumpa Fruit to unlock the next phase. So let's open up this gate right here. So yeah, electric gates. I presume they were like, you know, sampled from Crash 3, but at the same time, they look redesigned in a way, I'm not entirely sure. But anyways, let's progress. Alright, so here we are in the second phase to Wumpa Jungle, and we are much deeper into the jungle at this point. Don't forget, you can always return to previous areas in order to access the warp pads or collect more Wumpa Fruit. So yeah, that's pretty much the case. Also, these spears right here, I presume they were sampled from Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, as in, like, you know, the Egyptian levels from Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, which is of course a premise that they reutilized from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. So yeah, let's get back to business and unlock the next level. Okay, so Sheep Stampede. Dark Lizard 666 says, moneybags mechanics. Pay a fee to cross this toll booth. Yeah man, tell me about it. As a matter of fact, he's actually in this game, so yeah, you're not far off the mark there, DL. Okay, let's jump into Steep Stampede. Let's unlock the level and jump in. Stop a sheep. Press up and down on the D-pad to move. Press A to shoot. Okay, here we go people, let's fucking go. Now it's Crash Bandicoot's turn to kill sheep. Spyro's pretty much like taking a backseat and killing sheep at this point. But I have nostalgic fondness with this one because my very first time I actually saw this in action is when I actually saw an advert on TV. I saw like a promo trailer for Crash Bandicoot Fusion on TV, and this is one of the levels that was showcased, and I thought it was an interesting concept. So yeah, as you can tell, the white sheep just take one step forward, but the black sheep literally just sprint across the screen. They literally just, you know, sprint across the map. Also, yeah, for some of you who are also familiar with other games, you've most probably clocked that it pretty much pays sort of, well, I wouldn't say it pays homage, but yeah, this game is like, okay, so yeah, as you can tell, I've just picked up the crystal, so yeah, that was a piss easy challenge to complete. But yeah, as you can see, the premise to that level, for those of you who have played other games that came out in 2009 and stuff, you can see that you'd more or less get the picture that it's sort of created inspiration for games like Plants vs Zombies per se. So yeah, because that game utilizes the same premise as well, but of course in this case you're just a plant, you're just setting up plants taking out zombies. I mean, in that case you're just a plant taking out zombies, whereas in this case you're Crash holding a missile bazooka as opposed to a fruit bazooka taking out, what you call it. Just taking out sheep and preventing them from, you know, crashing into the nitro crates that explode you in the process. Okay, so I've mentioned that there are trading cards in this game, so I'm just gonna drop down over here. Okay, hitbox, here we go. Wow, okay, that hitbox is insane. Like, I'm not even standing on top of the sprite, and like, I can legit just like, and like, you know, I'm still up on the same level of the platform that, you know, that the sprite itself is based on. But yeah, anyways, here we go. Your optical illusion right there. Okay, so we've picked up a trading card. You got a new card, Wampa Jungle. I see what you did there, DL. Oh wait, he mentioned another comment as well. Oh wait, he said another comment as well. He says, God, I wish I knew about this game too. I've never been too much to these GameCube games. Lol. These are Game Boy Advance games, bro. But yeah, although technically it is playable on the GameCube via the GameCube player, so in a way you're not too far off the mark there. So yeah, he also says, good marketing move from them. This is a good view. I can see why it would be appealing in the UK. Nice Shaun the Sheep cameo. In a way you could sort of put it like that, even though this game came out 4 years before Shaun the Sheep came out. I think Shaun the Sheep came out in 2008, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, he also says, yeah, fair. I don't know, it is shit graphics for PS2 or PS3 era. With laughing face, yeah. As you can tell, like, well, the Game Boy Advance screen resolution is literally 240 by 160 pixels, so yeah, that's no surprise there. Okay, so we have Crunch's Crash Nitro Kart model over here. And he's pretty much in charge of like all these weightlifting type bonus round levels where Crash Bandicoot just lifts up a barbell with 2 weights on the side.
Crash, how are you going to save the world looking so puny? You need to pump some iron. Just step on that pad over there. Go on, do it.
I don't even know how he's even supposed to say that, but yeah, I'm just spitballing with this dialogue just for fun, just in for sport. But anyways, this is pretty fun. Okay, our first bonus round, well, our first crunch time bonus round, which by the way, you know, is actually present in every single homeworld. Dark Lizard also says, then quote unquote realistic in quotation marks, then realistic sheeps are really appealing. By the way, I didn't even know it was so new. Yeah, tell me about it. It's appealing in some aspects, but yeah, we get the picture. Okay, let's enter this bonus round. Pump it up. Okay, so yeah, even Aku Aku's jumping in on all the action. Press A to lift. So you pretty much gotta rapidly tap the living fuck out of a jump button in order to like succeed at this type of bonus round. I remember back in the day this used to be pretty difficult. As in like the later ones. The earlier ones are piss easy, but like the later ones are just gonna require a lot more button presses, like, you know, the deeper you get into the game per homeworld. So yeah, it's just, you gotta rapidly tap even faster. But of course, they're not impossible to complete. You got a new card, weightlifting Crash. So here we go, people. Da 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 da. So yeah, before I proceed, I'll just pick up more Wumpa Fruit just for the fun of it. Oh, that was close as fuck. I almost landed on the spears there. That was a super close encounter. Proper clutch that one there. Okay, so as you can see, as we can see right now, there are characters from Spyro that are present in this game as well. So as you can see, we have Blinky over here. But yeah, his reaction is priceless.
Stay away from me, you stupid orange creature. Wait until I tell my dragon friend about you. He'll stop you and your friends for sure.
Bro doesn't know what the fuck he's talking to. You're talking to Crash Bandicoot, motherfucker. And yeah, we're gonna see how that pans out at a later point, speaking of which. By the way, interestingly enough, you can actually phase through this platform if you like double jump at a specific point in the map. So yeah, there's that and all. So yeah, as you've clocked in the previous phase of the home world, they brought back those type of like rotating totem pole, like totem tiki statue enemies that spit out fire. Okay, so thanks for the memories. Our first tank level within Crash Bandicoot Fusion, partial throwback to Crash Bash, but plays as a conventional level as opposed to like, you know, a 4 versus 4 player minigame per se. So yeah, the name will sort of remind some people of the track Thanks for the Memories. Thanks for the memories. Reach the end. Press up and down on the D-pad to move. Press left and right on the D-pad to rotate the tank. Press left and right to rotate the turret. Rotate turret. Press A to shoot. Okay, so yeah, this is a pretty interesting premise that they put in place. Also, yeah, the turret actually rotates independently as well, which of course is explained by Kwaku. And like they have like all sorts of perils that you take out along the way across the path. This is, I gotta say, like the chillest one out of them all, but the later ones get harder as you progress. I know I could rotate the turret independently, but like it's not always 100% necessary. Just depends on your approach, that's all. It's simple to control once you know how. To that motherfucker out with a ricochet type of shot. So yeah, I think with these I'm just gonna take my time as well because I don't want to miss a crate. And getting the crystal and the gems, getting both crystals and gems in this level, well, I would say it's piss easy, but at the same time, like, I'd say it's convenient as opposed to piss easy. I'd say like the premise of it is convenient because the fact that, you know, you don't have to backtrack for them, and on top of that, like the fact that you don't have to backtrack to them, the fact that you don't have to backtrack for a single crystal or gem just makes it, like, you know, that convenient for the player to the point where it's just, you can pick them both up on the first go. You can legit one cycle picking up both the crystal and the gem in one session. So yeah, no revisits required. Okay, so wait, I'm trying to remember whether or not there was a crate on this side. That was a decent ricochet shot right there. I'm getting good shots on these tanks over here, but yeah, I think, like, actually, I know for a fact that in the later tank levels, they sort of introduced new perils when it comes to, like, the later tank levels, and you'll see, and you're gonna see what they are when we cross that bridge, when we get to it. When we, you know, you'll see how that's gonna pan out when we get to those particular points, so yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. This music is super chill, especially for the first one, so like, it is pretty fitting. By the way, yeah, these tracks actually repeat on the cycle. Well, not necessarily repeat on the cycle, but they sort of like, you know, sort of swap around each premise per se. So like, they repeat on a certain... So I got the crystal, but I haven't got the gem yet because there's another crate that I haven't picked up. Like I said, like, these take some exploration to do. So I've already been here. There's gotta be one up top. right here, you can just tell, like, the trail of Wumpa Fruit doesn't really, you know, the trail of Wumpa Fruit legit just leads you to, you know, remaining crates, which makes sense. So it's piss easy to overlook crates. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm still definitely having a lot of fun with this live stream. Okay, and just like that we got the gem in addition. Of course, it would have been more satisfying to pick both of them up in one go, but it is what it is. Okay, here we are. OBS likes to drop frames as well. By the way, pro tip and also like helpful tip. Like, when you approach those Riptocs or Rhinox, don't even try to jump on top of them, because like if you try and bounce on top of them, you'll just phase right through it. You'll pass right through it and lose an Aku Aku mask or die in the process. So like, yeah, fuck that shit. You can take damage for no reason. It's not worth it. So yeah, the more Wumpa Fruit we top up on, the better. It sort of makes it easier for like the later parts as well. Okay, so we've got everything over here. Okay, so here we are with the next level. Crash. If a minigame contains a crystal or clear gem, a hologram will be displayed over a warp pad. Once you collect the crystal or gem, it will appear over the warp pad. So pretty much as I've explained previously. Okay, the next level is Chopper Stopper. Let's unlock and jump in. Let's unlock and enter the level Chopper Stopper. Shoot them down. Press up and down on the D-pad to move. Press A to shoot. Protect Crash. Lift up. Press B to lift up. So pretty much with this type of premise, with this type of gameplay premise, you pretty much shoot these parachuting turrets down by like taking out the parachutes themselves before they get to Crash. So like essentially you want to take them out before they reach the ground, otherwise Crash is in danger, and you can see Crash is just controlling the chopper from a control pit at the bottom. That one was pretty simple as well. And you can lift up the cockpit as well when they, although like when they do reach the ground it's not too late, because you can, you know, you can actually lift up the control pit as well. But as you can see at that point I didn't have to, because that was a pretty clean sweep that was. But I phased through that, I legit phased through that Aku Aku crate. I legit phased through that Aku Aku iron crate as I like, you know, jump and spun through it. So yeah people, that was a quick helicopter section from Crash Bandicoot there. Helicopter, paracoffer. Okay, let's go. Here we are. Also, speaking of earlier on, here's Moneybags right here. Hello there, I'm Moneybags. Welcome to my shop. I have trading cards chronicling your adventures for sale. Come on in and buy something. Come on in and buy something. Okay people, here we are. We're gonna enter the trading card shop. By the way people, if you listen to the soundtrack, this is pretty much Drake Hotline Bling before it became a thing. And you're gonna see, and people, you're gonna see what that's all about. As a matter of fact, you're gonna hear what that's all about. So yeah, let's jump into the trading card shop. So yeah, that right there, that melody is legit proper iconic. And you know, the first time I heard the song Hotline Bling, it immediately reminded me of this track right here. It's super iconic as well. It's crazy to think though, this game partially predates that song as well, which is, it's a funny way of looking at it, you know, and there was a funny approach on top of that. So yeah, this game practically predated that song 11 years before it came out. Even though, of course, I reckon it's a pure coincidence still, but you know, it is what it is. Also, yeah, speaking of Hotline Bling, I can't believe that song is 10 years old this year. It's actually gonna be 10 years old this year, man. It's a timeless tune though still, because like, you know, it's pretty iconic. Anyways, let's jump in. Okay, so let's at least buy one trading card at this point when we jump into the shop. Okay, so I'm just gonna buy one trading card. So we got Jungle Riptog, Mood Crate, and Idle Head. Okay, we just purchased our first card. So yeah, I'm pretty much just doing this for showcase purposes over here. This track is super iconic. Drake be like, used to call me on my cell phone, late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone, late night when you need my love. And I know when the hotline bling, that can only mean one thing. Yeah, I know when the hotline bling, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for yourself now. So yeah, it's pretty much, I figured I'd provide a bit of a demo just then. But yeah, although with that being the case, I legit had to sing it a bit faster because the BPM is quicker, so yeah, it is what it is. So I apologize if my throat sort of like butchered part of it, but yeah, I did the same thing in the trial run livestream as well, but I figured I'd like bring it back. You know, Drake is like, you used to call me on my cell phone, late night when you need my love. It is what it is. But yeah, anyways, that's it. I know when the hotline bling. Anyways, yeah, in terms of this track, there are multiple things that tie to that song too. Like, you know, the Nathan Drake animation as well. It's pretty dope. It's like, there's literally a Nathan Drake animation in Uncharted 4 as like, you know, a bonus feature where he's dancing to Hotline Bling. It's pretty dope. Or where like he just pulls off the Hotline Bling dance. It would just be like, you know, perfect for the situation. Anyways, let's view the trading cards. Late night when you need my love. It is what it is, bro. But yeah, I had to drink a bit of water as well. Okay, mystery crate. So yeah, this is where we pretty much like check out the cards and all that, and it pretty much rates the value. It pretty much rates the value of each card as well on top of that. So we got cards as well that sort of like, you know, they pretty much just represent the enemies and all that as well. Weightlifting crash right there. So yeah, we got the Wampa Jungle card as well. These red ones are pretty much the characters as well, as you can tell. So yeah, the value that they rate them is pretty high. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Okay, I'm just gonna exit out of the shop now. I pretty much did what I needed to do. Just check it out. Okay, so let's progress. I'm not gonna die too much. Okay, that was close. Right. I mean, it's getting pretty hot over here as well. Like, at this point, like, the weather's pretty humid right now, so it sort of explains some things. We're just gonna top up on Wumpa Fruit, just like, you know, proceed. Yeah, people, some things are best left in the dust. Okay, yeah, really gonna take precaution here. You got a new card, Blowgun Assistant. So yeah, pretty much a lab assistant using a blowgun. At least I presume so from my personal recollection. Okay, so we got more stuff over here. Okay, so like, I presume this is like the final level. Press select to display your total amount of Wumpa Fruit, clear gems, and purple crystals. We've already previously got that hint, and on top of that, like, we can already, like, you know, pull that off just by pulling it down, so yeah. Just by pressing the select button, so yeah, we get the picture. Alright, let's unlock the level Crashing Down the River and enter the level. Reach the end. Press left and right to rotate. Press A to turbo. Okay, so yeah, this one's actually pretty chill, but of course you gotta take precaution. So yeah, even less point for that previous hint there. So you can actually speed up when you like press the A button, but like you gotta be careful not to get into these whirlpools. And by the way, here's a helpful tip. If you're actually trying to escape the whirlpools, holding the jump button is not gonna help you escape them, because either you'll be shot to a side or you're just gonna end up being stuck in the same position until eventually you just decide to drop. Until, you know, you just eventually decide to drop into, or not even decide to drop in, but until you eventually end up dropping into the whirlpool in the process. So yeah, your best approach would legit be to tap the jump button rapidly in order to get yourself out of that whirlpool, to prevent yourself from getting sucked into it. So if you rapidly tap it, you can just about escape it. So I'm just gonna take my time with this. So the later ones, they introduce more perils. This one's actually pretty chill, but in the later homeworlds, when they bring back this premise, they just like recreate. They don't really recreate, they just introduce more perils per se. Okay, just like that, we got both the crystal and the gem. Here we go. Okay, so now we have 5 crystals and 5 gems. Okay, I'm just gonna top up on more Wumpa Fruit first, before we get out. It'll definitely make things much easier. We'll have like up to 300 Wumpa Fruit already. Yeah, I apologize, like, I sincerely apologize, because it does sort of make things a little bit tedious, but at the same time, like, you know, it does help out. This is legit what we need. We need fruit, okay. That was close. More one per fruit, that's exactly what we need, bro. We got this. Okay, that's decent enough. 331 one per fruit. That's pretty solid. Wow, that was close. Especially the timing of those spears springing up just then. Almost got destroyed by them. Yeah, almost got pierced by them. You got a new card, Pufferfish. So yeah, pretty much the more exploration you do, the more you find. So yeah, people, pretty much the more exploration you do in these homeworlds, the more pickups you find. I think I've already read that. I don't exactly remember. But yeah, I figured I'd come up here for the remaining one per fruit. Again, not necessary, but it is what it is. Crash, you need to collect all the purple crystals from this area before you can unlock this gate. Okay, so with that being the case, let's unlock this gate, and we shall proceed to the Spyro boss fight, where Crash Bandicoot has a face-off with Spyro the Dragon. So yeah, Spyro is our first boss fight. I wonder where that last portal has brought us. Yeah, this is... Just gotta clear my throat a bit too. I wonder where that last portal has brought us, Crash. I can see a castle over this chasm. Look, a purple dragon. I wonder if it's the same kind of strange creature terrorizing Wampa Jungle.
You must be another one of Ripto's creatures. You think you're just going to take over the world? How about taking on Spyro the Dragon first?
So yeah, dialogue, it just is what it is, just spitball in here. Knock him off. Press left and right on the D-pad to move. Press A to jump. Press B to throw bombs. Press B to repair. Repair platforms. Okay, let's take him out. So yeah, Spyro legit just got fucked over in seconds. Okay, so that's that sorted. Okay, so at this point, Spyro realizes that Crash isn't a bad guy, so yeah. So yeah, this is pretty much the point where like they start to team up.
Wait, you're not like those other creatures back at Dragon Castles.
This is Crash Bandicoot and I'm Aku Aku. I fear our enemy Neocortex is behind all of this.
I'm Spyro and this is Sparks. Wait, you say Cortex is behind this? To me, this seems like the work of Ripto. Those creatures look an awful lot like his Riptocs.
Oh no, it's worse than I expected. It appears that Cortex has teamed up with a villain as nefarious as himself, your enemy Ripto. The two of them working together may have enough power to take over this world.
I bet they wanted us to fight each other instead of going after them. If we team up though, They won't stand a chance against us. Come on, Crash, let's go.
Okay, the official team up takes place right here, people. You got a new card, Dingodile. Interesting how we get a Dingodile card after defeating Spyro the Dragon. But yeah, anyways, here we go. Let's jump into the second homeworld, Arctic Cliffs. You can tell that they sampled the portal from Crash Bandicoot 2 and Trance as well. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I think they sort of redesigned it in a way. Not just in terms of like, you know, the animation within the portal, but like the exterior parts of it as well. As in like the mechanical parts to hold it up.
Hi Crash, I see you've managed to meet up with Spyro. I hope you two didn't get into a misunderstanding. This is the professor. He's helping me to track down Ripto and Cortex so we can stop him.
Interesting how she had knowledge of Spyro but didn't have any previous interaction with Spyro at this point in time. Presumably because the professor told her about him. Interesting attention to detail with the snowflakes right there though. Even though like you can see him sort of traveling at like a pretty, you know, a pretty slow and choppy frame rate, but it's a Game Boy Advance game, it's gonna be choppy either way.
I hope those modified Riptocs aren't too tough for the both of you. Don't worry, Crash and I have the situation covered. Crash, we better split up to cover more ground, okay? Alright, let's go.
The way they pull up the wow sound effect for Crash again. That's a great... Yeah, that's pretty much a great transition there. Of Crash drifting into the picture with his thumbs up. Alright. No time like the present. Let's move on. Okay, Spyro flies up top to cover more ground. So yeah, bro's fucked off. Lava system right there, which we piss easily spin away. Okay, now let's move on to the first world. Interesting how the second homeworld is an Arctic world. So anyways, yeah, let's play the level Crash and Burn. Let's unlock and enter this level. Reach the end. Hold A to rise. Release A to fall. Here we go, people, our first jetpack level in the game. Which interestingly enough, when I actually saw it for the first time playing it on the actual Game Boy Advance itself, because of its perspective, I initially presumed that it was an underwater swimming / diving level, or an underwater scuba diving level, purely based on its perspective. But that was pretty much like my perception of it for like a split second until I saw the fire coming out of the jetpack. So yeah, that illusion shattered within a split second. Funny how things work out. By the way, the whole premise of this is actually pretty interesting, and you know, strangely enough, and also funnily enough, like the way this game also like sort of like put a spanner in the works for more type of like, you know, gameplay concept inspirations. In a way this sort of inspires the type of gameplay mechanic concept for Flappy Bird in a way. But in this case you actually have to like, you know, hold the button in order to rise completely, because like if you just tap, you just jump and you drop. And the mechanic of like, you know, going all the way up by holding the jump button isn't present in Flappy Bird. So yeah, it's pretty much Flappy Bird before it became Flappy Bird, but of course Crash Bandicoot did it first. But yeah, we don't know where they actually got the premise from though, that's the thing. But you know, it's interesting how Crash Bandicoot Fusion predates a lot of stuff. Yeah, this game predates a lot of shit. It's a pure coincidence, yeah, sure, but you know, it's funny how things pan out the way they do. Alright, let's proceed. Yeah, pretty much had to like... So, pretty much had to take care of like an unknown number just there. Just making my phone buzz for practically no reason whatsoever. Anyways. They have interesting use of the ice terrain as well in this game, which of course I'll explain in more detail, or I'll explain in more detail later on. Yeah, excuse me people, it's still a bit early, still waking up a bit, and at the same time, like, you know, it's pretty humid at this point. So I apologize for however the state of my throat gets, but it is what it is.
Come in and play a game. You can win trading cards or even more with Wumpa Fruit.
Spinning wheel shop. Okay, so yeah, this is pretty much like the first shop that utilizes the spinning wheel type of mechanic, which is pretty interesting. So like, you just pay a number of Wumpa Fruit in order to like, you know, spin the wheel, and then you just like get whatever outcome that, you know, the wheel itself lands on. Okay, so yeah. So purple. So like every time we get a purple outcome we get a card, and every time we get a blue outcome it's always like a minimal amount of Wumpa Fruit. We get like a minimum amount of Wumpa Fruit, and if we get an orange outcome we get a maximum amount of Wumpa Fruit. And for some reason, the green outcome results in us getting practically nothing. We get fuck all from the green outcome. Which, you know, I don't understand why that was the case, because green isn't normally the type of color to you know, represent that type of outcome, so yeah. Anyways, let's spin the wheel. Of course, as you can see, just like that, we picked up our first card. Well, within the spinning wheel shop anyway. You win running crash card. Interesting win for our first spin. That's just it, you know, you gotta spin to win. As you can see, the meter on the right represents the amount of pressure that we put on the spinning wheel. Which of course, it operates on a rotation per se. So like, yeah, you just pretty much like press it at a specific point in the rotation cycle that plays out. So yeah, in this case we won 76 Wumpa Fruit. Okay, so at this point, I'm just gonna like make sure I get as much Wumpa Fruit as possible. I think I'll play up to at least like 1,000 Wumpa Fruit, therefore I don't have to like, you know, go back and forth through the home worlds way too much. Because we've already did enough of that in Wumpa Jungle. Okay, that's a pretty low amount. $18 Wumpa Fruit. Yeah, some of these outcomes are just pretty stupid because they don't really help the situation. Yeah, that right there, that just takes the piss. Okay, let's spin the wheel. For fuck's sake, twice in a row. $21 Wumpa Fruit, not too bad. Okay, 16 Wumpa Fruit. That's literally just one Wumpa Fruit above the actual cost to spin the wheel. Well, to spin this specific wheel, so in a way it's only a bit of a waste. So you only want one Wumpa Fruit out of that outcome. So yeah, it's practically a waste of a turn. It's practically a waste of a spin. So yeah, in this case, you win Polar Bear Crash Card. Alright, let's proceed. 48 Wumpa Fruit. Okay, so I'm not aiming to get all the cards in the game. I'm only just playing these games for showcase purposes. Okay, so we won the butterfly card. Frog card. Yep, we won that one. Okay. I think I'll play up to 1,000 Wumpa Fruit at least before I exit this. You win UFO assistant card. $62 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty decent. Scuba Crash card. Okay, that was a bit of a waste of a turn with just 15 Wumpa Fruit, but yeah. Let's proceed. Scuba Crash card. Yeah, it gets to a point where these cards start to repeat, so then I think at that point is when I actually start, you know, shooting for the higher value spots that score the highest amount of Wumpa Fruit. So yeah, this pretty much, I reckon at this point the orange sector outcome is like, you know, the optimal outcome to shoot for. That was pretty convenient, 30 Wumpa Fruit, because it looked like he was going to land on the green the way it was, like, you know, the way the wheel was presenting itself. But of course, you know how sprite work is, and you know how hitboxes are. Fire Breather card. Yeah, I don't think I got that one yet. But I know that the Scuba Crash card repeated, so yeah. Yeah, see, I think this is the third time I got the Scuba Crash card now. Okay. That's only a minor loss, but you know, it depends. Spear Assistant card. Yeah, I don't think I got that one yet. Okay, 12 Wumpa Fruit, pretty minor. Okay, we got this. $74 Wumpa Fruit, that's precisely the outcome I needed. Fuck yes, let's fucking go. $21 Wumpa Fruit. Okay, I think that's the fourth time I got the Scuba Crash card now. I just need Wumpa Fruit. I just need maximum Wumpa Fruit. You win 1 per cannon crash card. Yeah, I don't think I got that one yet. Dark Lizard says lol rigged. Yeah man, these are proper rigged. Hamster card. Yeah, I didn't get the hamster card yet, I don't think. I'm getting card after card here. Scuba crash card though. That's like the 5th time I got it at this point. Look, here we go again. I got the scuba crash card for like the 6th time in a row now. It's fucking crazy. This spinning wheel's rigged, I'm telling you. Fuck that shit. Don't wanna waste too much 1 per fruit. 98 1 per fruit though, that's really decent. Oh, fuck off. We don't need that shit. That's trash. Okay, 71 per fruit. Not too much of a loss, but at the same time it's like nuts. This is effectively like a slot machine over here. 15 1 per fruit. Dark Lizard legit just says, you're hitting the real slot machine RNG. Tell me about it, bro. $31 1 per fruit. Okay, 21 per fruit ain't too bad. Would have been better if I got 35, but fuck it. Fucking hell, 14 really? That cost 1 per fruit less than... That's not worth it at all. That's literally 1 per fruit below the cost to spin the wheel. You're taking the piss. Okay, so we got a blowgun assistant card out of that one. Although I swear I picked that one up in Wumpa Jungle though. I must have. Yeah, I definitely did. Yeah, the cards repeat sometimes. Dark Lizard says, now when the Wumpa jackpot is lowest, you're hitting it, haha. Not rigged at all. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you just gotta be lucky, you know. 22, are you fucking taking the piss? It was in between. It was literally in between the orange and the blue. It was right in the center point of both of them. And it gave me the crappy one. It gave me the crappiest outcome. You know, it takes the piss whenever it pans out like that. 10 1 per fruit now, it's not worth it. Fuck that shit. Okay, so I've got an inner tube crash card. $22 1 per fruit. Not bad, but could have gotten the orange outcome. That one took the piss. Dark Lizard said 99% gamblers stop gambling before winning a gazillion dollars. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they play until they max out, but like, you know, it gets to a point where like, if you actually have a decent amount, even if it's not that high, you might as well just like cut your losses. You legit just might as well cut your losses and then just like quit while you're ahead. Scuba crash card, we've already got that shit. 10 Wumpa Fruit, what a ripoff. Interesting how Crash's model is so high res at this part. It's because it's so close over here. In a cheap Crash card, yeah, already got that one. Yeah, I just need more Wumpa Fruit at this point. Oh, fuck off, mate, that was so close. Dark Lizard says you gotta keep gambling until you have enough Dark Lizard says you gotta keep gambling until you have enough to retire. Yeah, he says you gotta keep gambling until you have enough money to retire. He also says, that's the point, gambling addiction is a hoax made by casinos to prevent you. Yeah, he says that's the point, gambling addiction is a hoax made by casinos to prevent them from you rising the casinos or rinsing the casinos. Yeah, just that's how they rig it, like, you know. They make it so like you can't drain each machine out of, like, you know, all the money that it contains. Hamster cards. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. Definitely need more Wumpa Fruit. Fire Breather card. Yeah, I think like certain cards are gonna be just a waste. Casinos are charities. In some sense. Okay, 68 Wumpa Fruit, now we're talking. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to put too much pressure on the wheel. $19 Wumpa Fruit, you know what, that might be the better outcome as opposed to getting a card. That is screwed up. Spear Assistant card, yeah, I swear I've already got that one. Oh, come on, bro. Frog card, yeah, I've already got that one. $74 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty decent. $81 Wumpa Fruit, even better. Okay, it's really building up at this point. Well, you know, every outcome's different. $38 Wumpa Fruit, let's do this shit. $39 Wumpa Fruit, even better. It looked like it landed on the green as well, like it wasn't even on the center point. But I suppose like the hitbox just overlapped. That's what I presume. Okay, if I put a little bit more pressure on it, I probably would have gotten the higher value of Wumpa Fruit. But fuck it. It has a way of panning out. Okay, 16 Wumpa Fruit, not that much. But yeah, no, you're right there in terms of casinos, because in the end, it's also a business. Of course they're not going to want their machines to run out of cash that quickly. Of course they're not going to want people milking their machines like they're money cows or like they're cash cows or what the fuck ever. Okay, come on. This might take a while. $44 Wumpa Fruit. Great. $77 Wumpa Fruit, even better. Come on, we gotta get a decent outcome here. 79 Wumpa Fruit, fuck yes. Oh, piss off. Nah, we don't need that shit, fuck off. Yeah, now I can piss off. Okay, overshot the decent outcome, but you know, it is what it is. Take whatever win you can get, you know. That was so fucking close. I'm so glad it landed on the 85 Wumpa Fruit outcome. Yeah, that was definitely a waste. That must have been like the 7th or 8th time the Scuba Crash card popped up. I spun the wheel at full pelt, at maximum pressure, and I got the best outcome possible. 63 Wumpa Fruit. Well, at least from that session anyway. $68 Wumpa Fruit, that's a sick bonus on top of that. Okay, got fuck all from that one. If I got 89 Wumpa Fruit, that would have been proper convenient. That was proper lucky. Hitbox overlap situation. 36 Wumpa Fruit. You win Spear Assistant card, which I've already won in the past. Oh, fuck off. To be honest, there was only a 7 Wumpa Fruit difference at this point between the blue and the orange outcomes, so yeah. Come on, we need something decent here. Alright. $17 Wumpa Fruit. Not much of a win, but it is what it is. 69 Wumpa Fruit. Now that's a bonus. 580 Wumpa Fruit in total we got so far. Oh, fuck off. For the way it plays that deny sound effect on top of that, it is a bit priceless, but at the same time, like, you know, it does sort of, like, piss off the player a bit. Depending on what headspace they're in, that is. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, 12 Wumpa Fruit, that's such a low blow, that's a low swing. $27 Wumpa Fruit is a bit of a comeback though. Oh, fuck off, mate, that was so close. $98 Wumpa Fruit, that is decent. Okay, 627 one fruit. Okay, 612 now. Oh, fuck off, man. It's like piss off. That's precisely what I needed after that previous outcome. Okay. 95 Wumpa fruit. That was a decent... That was legit a decent outcome for that spin. Okay, 67 Wumpa fruit, we got this. What we got? 67 Wumpa fruit, yep, even. Yep, that's another bonus on top. Okay, we're in the 700s now. 71 Wumpa fruit, that's pretty decent. Okay, up on the 800s now. Come on, like, we gotta get the shit done. We've already got the running crash card. Yep, we've already got the butterfly card. $95 Wumpa fruit. That's pretty solid. Okay, we're in the 900s as well. Well, technically the 800s since we had to pay to spin the wheel, but you know. Okay, wow, exactly 900 Wumpa fruit. Piss off. $21 fruit. Okay, that's a bit of a comeback. Okay, 21 per fruit once again. It's like a repeat outcome. Oh, piss off. $51 per fruit, fucking hell. That's how much it costs to spin the wheel. What a piss take. $73 Wumpa fruit, get the fuck in there. Let's go. $19 Wumpa fruit, not too bad, but could have gone better. Scuba crash card. That must be like the 9th time I got that outcome at this point. $22 Wumpa fruit, not too bad. I'll at least dip the second I get 1,000. Just be like, fuck it. 43 Wumpa fruit, that's a decent outcome. 70, man, that's a high score to shoot for. 23 Wumpa fruit, let's do this shit. What? At least we're getting closer to 1,000, so yeah, it's not much of a loss. Come on, let's do it. $21 per fruit. Okay, we're definitely getting closer. Slowly but surely, it's taking its sweet time. 10 Wumpa fruit. That's 5 Wumpa Fruit less than it costs to spin the wheel. That's nothing. That's still practically nothing, only just like a little bit of a comeback. 49 Wumpa Fruit. Okay, 1004, not too bad. I give it another spin. 32. Okay, that's pretty decent. Okay, 1021. You know what? I'm gonna dip at this point. I might as well. I've got a decent amount of Wumpa Fruit right now. Plus, I think we've listened to this track like more than enough times on repeat at this point. But yeah, it's pretty much more like an elevator music demo type of remix of Hotline Bling per se. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, let's GTFO. There are more trading card shops to come. Okay, now let's play the actual levels. Although, as a matter of fact, when it comes to the completion of a game, you can actually complete the game without entering a single shop. So that's pretty convenient. So yeah, I shit you not, you don't have to enter. Fucking hell, what's up my throat today? But yeah, people, I shit you not, you don't have to enter a single people, I shit you not, you don't have to enter a single shop in order to complete the game, period. Just to get crystals, even gems for that matter. But yeah, I sincerely apologize for the way my throat's playing up today. I'm not sure whether or not the humidity has anything to do with that today, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, let's jump into this bonus round, crate step. So yeah, it's one of these platforming time trial levels. Destroy all the crates. So yeah, there are even crates that literally changed the colour of Crash's sweatpants, which is kind of interesting. It's a funny concept as well, like... Okay, we've completed that one piss easily. It's complex in terms of its platforming, but at the same time, like... It's not too much. It's not too much to handle. Okay, so now we have the level Polar Express to unlock. So let's jump in, let's unlock and play the level Polar Express, which is the second polar bear level in the game. Well, the second polar riding level in the game, and also, unlike the first level, the level environment for the polar riding level premise actually makes sense, because polars by nature literally come from the Arctic. Not even by nature, but by climate. Well, technically by both nature and climate. This one is also pretty fairly simple for what it's worth. You can tell at some parts they've actually sampled from the snow levels from Crash 2 and Crash Bandicoot Excess. They've even, like, you know, sampled those walking bear enemies from Crash Bandicoot Excess as well. The ones that, you know, walk on all their four paws per se. But I don't think you see them if you take the top routes like I have. Okay, that was pretty shit. I was so close to the end as well. What a piss take. This is a piss easy one and all. I don't fucking understand how that panned out, but yeah. It is what it is. But yeah, the later ones get much harder. I don't think there's one in... what you call it? I don't think there's the one in the lava homeworld, and like the lava, like the volcano, in like the volcano mountain homeworld, with all the lava surrounding it. It's trash. world, I have to say this one is pretty manageable. You can just pretty much chill. Oh, the crates are up the top as well, and yeah, I was right, you don't actually see those enemies. Like, that enemy only appears once in this game. It only appears once, and it appears like on the lower section, and if you're actually shooting to get the crates, if you're actually like, you know, aiming to get the gem from the level, you're not gonna, of course you're not gonna encounter that type of enemy. Of course you're not gonna encounter that specific enemy within this level. Interesting, it's like, in a way that premise is almost like a death path without crates. It's like they throw in a different type of peril, even though like they throw in like a different type of peril for not, like, you know, taking the upper route that gives you the upper route that supplies you with the crates. Okay, yeah, I'm just getting poor outcomes here at this point. Yeah, this one isn't hard, especially since, you know, especially since, like, you know, on the first run you saw it pan out pretty decently until that final jump just there. That was close. So yeah, by the way, you have to jump over those pillars as well, otherwise you either take damage or get killed. So yeah, you either lose an Akwaku mask or die. So yeah, pretty much the speed boost mechanic helps you get a higher jump and a longer jump in the process. Alright, that was sort of close. As you can tell, we're approaching the end. Just like that, we've completed this level. Okay, Polar Express complete. So yeah, there's still more of it left. So over here we actually unlock the gate to proceed, but we're not gonna go there yet. Just gonna explore the rest of the first phase first. Okay, so it's been pretty interesting so far. Also, yeah, as you can see, like, if you have an Akwaku mask, if you have 2 Akwaku masks already and you hit an Akwaku crate, it practically does nothing. All it does is just destroy the sprite from the iron crate. All it does is just destroy the Akwaku mask sprite from the iron crate that it comes from. Okay, so that will take us back to the start. Okay, so that's the return portal to Wumpa Jungle. I'll get a bit more Wumpa fruit just to, like, you know, help in terms of like later points in the game, therefore like I don't have to get too much Wumpa fruit per se. Alright, let's proceed. Interesting how like they have like these swinging axes here too. Okay, so there's nothing down here, but there's more stuff over here. As you can see, they brought back the seal from Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back, and on top of that, Crash Bandicoot Excess as well, but except like, you can tell that the seal itself is a darker colour palette than it is in Excess. Because like, it's a darker shade of grey per se. Okay, and over here they pretty much pull a Crash 4, like they do with the gems, even though this game came before Crash 4, so anyway. So yeah, they sometimes hide cards behind pieces of scenery like ice crystals, as you can see just then. Okay, so you got a new card, Arctic Cliffs.
Da 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 da. Let's proceed. It's interesting how the ice parts on the ice terrain itself. It's interesting how the ice parts on the ice platforming terrain itself actually has slippery ice physics, but the ice platforms themselves that move left and right actually don't have the slippery ice physics. It's pretty strange. It's pretty unconventional, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, let's enter this bonus round over here. Crate smash. Destroy all the crates. So yeah, just pretty much do what you can to eliminate the number of bounces per crate. Okay, that was a pretty decent outcome. Complete that all in one sitting. I like what they did with the backgrounds too. I don't know, it's like, it sort of looked like I fucking structure my words properly with live commentary. But yeah, it sort of looks like, you know, parallax scrolling in the background. But yeah, I'll only backtrack for Wumpa Fruit a bit. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is back and track, but what the fuck ever. But yeah, I'll sort of backtrack for just little bits and pieces of Wumpa Fruit there, just to like, you know, just to make later parts easier. I don't want to pad the length out of the live stream for too long. But it is what it is. Okay, let's GTFO. Alright, let's go. That was proper close. Nah, fuck that shop. Over 1,300 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty decent for what it's worth. Okay, let's unlock the next phase for Arctic Cliffs. Okay, so here we are. That was super close. So yeah, little by little they bring in characters as well. Okay, so here's the next level, the next proper level within Arctic Antics. Not Arctic Antics. Not Arctic Antics, Arctic Cliffs. I'm literally referencing the name of the first level from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex there, Arctic Antics. But yeah, it's because I played that game more often, which in a way makes sense. But yeah, the more often you play it, the more it gets printed into your brain. Okay, so let's jump into Sheep Patrol. Let's unlock and enter this level. Okay, so back to the sheep shooting premise. This one is super fun, but I think like they just make the sheep move more faster, but not only that, they put more black sheep onto the map as well. Okay, so we're getting there, people. Yeah, you can tell like they've stepped it up a level. They've stepped it up a gear. In terms of like, you know, the income of the sheep that charge towards the nitro crates. Although like the positioning isn't this type of premise, it's good in theory, it's good in concept, but like, you know, it's decent in theory, but like in practicality, like, you know, you sort of fuck yourself over by standing in front of those nitro crates. But yeah, people, with that being the case though, that was a simple enough game to complete. That was a simple enough minigame concept of a level to complete. Sheep Patrol. So yeah, people, it's taking its sweet time.
So yeah, we're not going down there just yet. Yeah, I'm just gonna take care of all the stuff on the upper route first. Okay, and there's Moneybags with another one of his signature shops.
Hello, Crash. Why don't you come into my shop? I'll be happy to lighten a load of Wumpa fruit.
Of course you will.
I'll be happy to lighten the load of Wumpa fruit.
Of course you will, because Wumpa fruit is how, like, it's funny how, like, instead of gems he's collecting Wumpa fruit in this game. Like, he's using Wumpa fruit as currency. Oh, this is the crate shuffle. This is literally like, you know, the crate shuffle card shop. So yeah, it's another one of those casino type premises per se. So yeah, technically, like, his tent setups, they're not just shops, they're essentially casinos on top of that. Okay. So you can, like, choose whichever card possible. Of course, it's all RNG, so, like, it is pretty stupid. As you can see, I got fuck all from that one. Sometimes, like, you don't even have to change and you get a different outcome. Okay, so 3 fuck-ups in a row. Just like that, I got a Spyro card. You win Dragon Egg card. They make it cost 15 Wumpa fruit though. I got a Talisman card out of that one. A Crash card. Got a fuck all from that one. Okay, I sort of clocked that green Crash card then, because it didn't move as much. So yeah. It didn't switch position as much. You win Lab Assistant card. $27 Wumpa fruit. Okay, so we got 1 Wumpa fruit where, so we got at least 1 outcome where we win Wumpa fruit out of it, so yeah. That's GTFO. What the fuck? Okay, that was a pointless drop. But yeah, we'll get there in a bit. Those drops though, it's funny how at some points they utilize the, they utilize the sound effect that, like, you know, they utilize that stock pot smashing sound effect, per se. Okay, we'll get there in a bit. So yeah, we got cheap outcomes. But you know, shit happens. Okay, so here we go, up top. So there's nothing else up top here. Yeah, that just takes you to the lower part. Okay, so we got Agent 9 over here from Spyro the Dragon.
You're Spyro's new friend, huh? I'm Agent 9. Look out for those swinging axes. They really get their point across.
See what you did there, just like putting in puns in every single corner of this game. They just like to put puns wherever possible. Okay, the next level in this game is Frigid Waters, so yeah, let's unlock and enter this level. So yeah, let's jump into this level. Now, as I've mentioned before, these types of levels get harder and harder the further you jump into the game. So like, the later the, what do you call it? Like pretty much the further you are in this game in terms of like the home worlds, like their level premises get a lot harder, and this one is certainly no exception. Although the funny thing is that I personally find the third one, you know, slightly easier than this one based on its premise. So yeah, this one in a way has like more perils in terms of like the types of perils that they introduce. So they pretty much have like these silhouette type bombs that sort of like approach on the water. I think they're supposed to simulate underwater, like what you call it. Okay, let's retry that shit. But yeah, I reckon they were supposed to simulate submarine bombs or what the fuck ever, since, you know, they're not really opaque, you can't really see them properly. So like, they look like silhouettes per se. It's like 50% opaque, 50% transparent, so it's like they're translucent, so like you can't 100% make out what they are, and even though you can see their outline. Or like you can make out what they are, but like if you were to see that for the very first time, you wouldn't be able to like, you know, tell whether or not it's actually gonna hit you. And this is precisely what I'm talking about, these submarine bombs over here. And you gotta dodge them however possible. That was a pretty close one as well. They pop up at the most inconvenient places possible as well, which is pretty fucked up. And yeah, especially at this point over here, you don't want to get cornered by those submarine bombs, so you either gotta be quick or you gotta just let their spawn cycle just pass, therefore you can just bypass them completely. Because, you know, thank fuck, that was almost close since I had an Akwaku mask, even though I could have dodged it completely, but fuck it. But yeah, it's stupid how you can't attack in these, but at the same time it's like, if you know how the physics work, it's not that bad. But like, I have to admit, the peril placements are fucking bullshit. Because each and every single one of these like ice barriers is literally surrounded by whirlpools and different types of perils such as nitro crates and all that shit. So yeah, it's enough to make some people rage quit in the process. But yeah, in the meantime, Crash is just chilling there. Okay, so just on the second run, not too bad for what it's worth. So that's Frigid Waters complete. So up top we have Sergeant Bird over here.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Bird. I bet you've never seen a flying penguin, eh? From my vantage point, I spot trouble ahead. Look out for those flying riptocs, alright?
I'm not even like doing their voices 100%, but you know, it is what it is. I wasn't even trying with that one. Okay, so we got Crunch's, what do you call it? So we got Crunch's bonus round over here as well. So like, it's another one of those like weightlifting bonus rounds.
Crash, you're not getting away without pumping some iron first. Get to it.
Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay, so let's enter the crunch time bonus round. Pump it up. Okay, yeah, there's no way of getting out from working out. So yeah, same premise. Except, of course, this requires even more button presses. You got a new card, Sapphire Relic.
Da, 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 da.
Let's go. Yeah, even that one was pretty piss easy for what it's worth. Okay, so we got another shop up top over here. That's like a mystery shop.
Step out of the cold and into my warm shop.
Yeah, way to advertise that your shop has central heating or what the fuck ever, just so people can buy your shit. Mystery shop. Just because he wants to sell. Just because he wants to sell out, you know. Sell out and cash in on all that Wumpa fruit. Okay, play mystery game. Okay, so it's another one of those type of mystery games. They put two in the same homeworld. Okay, so you win polar bear card. You win 34 Wumpa fruit. Okay, so 134 Wumpa fruit out of that one. You win 35 Wumpa fruit. Cool. Oh yeah, this is just, actually no, this is only slightly different because it's not a crate shuffle type of premise. It's literally just like you pick a crate and the outcome is what it is. Like, so yeah, it's pretty much a recycle of that. What? That's funny. Like, I swear, like, you know, that icicle phased right through me. I swear it phased right past me. I'm not entirely sure. Either that it was, but yeah, people, either that or it was just a really close encounter. That's all it is, you know. That was really close. Okay, I reckon it's at this point where I'm gonna start taking the lower path. Okay, that Wumpa fruit is not impossible to get, as I've just proven, and for those that haven't clocked it yet, there's another trading card to pick up over here. You got a new card, Volcano Island. You don't even see, like, you know, the celebratory animation of Crash picking up a card either. It's like they literally just... They put another one of those premises that inspired Crash 4 where, like, they hide shit behind, like, you know, they hide shit in the most inconspicuous places possible in terms of, like, particular collectibles. Okay, so Blizzard Ball, let's unlock this level and enter. So yeah, it's... You can almost get close to calling it Blizzard Bluff because of it uses the same type of alliteration, and on top of that, like, you know, Blizzard Bluff from Crash Team Racing is a pretty iconic level. So yeah, interesting how you used the same type of alliteration there. Okay, so here we are. Hit them all. Press left and right in the D-pad to move. Press left and right. Press the left and right. Press the left and right shoulder buttons or trigger buttons to speed up. Press A to kick back. Press or hold B to attract balls. Okay, here we are, people. So, right here, this pretty much utilizes another one of the gameplay premises from Crash Bash. So it utilizes the Crash Ball type gameplay premise from Crash Bash with a mixture of Space Invaders and Breakout. I was gonna say Brit Breaker, but then again, Brit Breaker is practically a clone of Breakout, because Breakout, I presume, was the original that utilized that concept. So yeah, this one was simple enough, since first off we just get a crystal out of it and there was only 2 phases from it as well. But the premise of it in general is already simple. Alright, let's proceed. It's interesting how, like, Crash Bash is like... It's interesting how, like, people say that Crash Bash wasn't that successful because, like, it wasn't as... Because, like... Well, not even that. They say that Crash Bash, like, wasn't that successful and doesn't need, like, its concepts to be rehashed because of the fact that because of its score on the meta rating, and like they pretty much like over exaggerate its score like on Metacritic, which by the way, like even though like it didn't get as good of a score as the previous 4 games that came out, okay, that was a stupid death, but yeah, even though it didn't get as good of a score, okay, now I'm getting cheap shit happen to me, but yeah, anyways, now since it didn't get as good of a score on Metacritic as the previous 4 games when they originally came out, like it's like even though it didn't get as good of a score as the previous 4 games when they originally came out, it's like the score itself though, at least it wasn't like, you know, below the halfway point, it was still above the halfway point, so like for what it's worth, that's still, I mean, even though like it wasn't an expected goal to achieve, it's still like, it's still not as bad of a score as people are making it out to be, or certain people are making it out to be. Plus, if Crash Bash was like that bad of a game, like if the score for Crash Bash was that bad, then why have, you know, different developers decided to, or like why have future developers decided to reutilize concepts from that game within their own future games? Especially with games that are from the same franchise, and you know, this is proof right here that, you know, Crash Bash was, this is legit proof right here that, you know, this is legit proof right here that Crash Bash actually was successful enough to actually, you know, warrant its gameplay concepts to be sort of reutilized for future Crash Bandicoot titles within the franchise. So yeah, that's that point proven. That proves that point. Alright, so I'm just gonna proceed. Get all this Wumpa fruit. Fuck, that was close. But yeah, this is pretty chill. Okay, the way I overshot that jump though. Fucking hell, keep overshooting that jump at this point. Alright, that was close. Okay, so it's animation dependent, that Wumpa fruit. So in order to jump that high, if you're trying to get the Wumpa fruit from there at least, like, you legit just gotta get the right animation, because I think, like, you know, I think, like, the hitbox sort of changes per animation in this game. And we just have lab assistants just passing by. And we got Coco and the professor over here. So up top we had Crunch and all that shit. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we had Sergeant Bird over here. Yeah, and then we had Crunch over here. yeah, that's pretty much the end of that one. Okay, so the top path is not the way to go. It's just extras at this point. Okay, so let's chat to these characters. Oh, okay, that was pretty cheap timing right there with the fucking icicle.
Hi, Crash. Aku Aku told me what was going on. No worries though, this is a professor and I'm working with him to locate Ripto and Cortex so we can stop them. Just keep getting those purple crystals, okay? If Cortex gets them, we'll be doomed for sure.
That's Professor.
Oh dear, I hope you and Spyro have I hope you and Spyro have what it takes to stop those two.
So yeah, pretty much dialogue boxes just for that. It's pretty basic. So we've got another hidden card over here. You got a new card. Gem green or green gem.
Da 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 da.
Yeah, anyways. That was pretty close. Okay, so let's unlock the next part of the game. Wow, okay, so that's pretty much like Arctic Antics complete. Now let's jump into the Tiny Tiger boss fight, Tiny Takeover. So yeah, it's pretty quick. Interesting attention to detail there as well, where you see icicles dropping off from Crash's ears and his nose, along with Aku Aku's nose. You see how long, pretty much emphasizes how long they've been in Arctic cliffs over here. I was gonna say Arctic Antics again, but fuck it. But you know, it's just muscle memory at this point. Okay, so anyways, back to the dialogue. I think we're close, Crash. Coco and the Professor have almost located Ripto and Cortex.
Brr, cold, tiny smash Crash!
Okay, let's go. So yeah, they reutilize the tank type of premise for the Tiny Tiger boss fight in this game. It's simple enough. Okay, so interestingly enough, it's comparable to the Dingodile boss fight within Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped because of the way that it uses the sort of like, you know, barriers or shields up type mechanic per se, but at this point, instead of ice crystals, he uses actual cement blocks or whatever the fuck they are in order to, like, you know, protect himself, along with a force field in the center. He even does all these, like, you know, aerial shots, such as like shooting upwards in order to create a type of airstrike type of premise in order to take Crash out. Okay, so we've piss easily taken out Tiny Tiger. Now let's proceed.
What happened? You said you could stop that Bandicoot. He has 10 crystals now.
Blast! I thought for once that Tiny wouldn't fail me.
Well, I should have known teaming up with you was a mistake. Your minions are weak, just like you.
Shut up, you scaly-faced shrimp!
Who are you calling a shrimp, you bulbous-headed small fry?
Enough! I have someone better in mind who can get the job done. Nina?
Yay, Nina wants to play.
Niece, I have a very important job for you.
Funny how they make Nina more of like, funny how they give Nina more like a kid's personality in this game compared to Crash to Insanity and Crash Tag Team Racing for that matter. Okay, so you got a new card, Tiny. Okay, so yeah, this trading card reward actually makes sense because we actually get a Tiny Tiger card for defeating Tiny Tiger. Okay, so here we are. Let's enter the third homeworld, Fire Mountains.
Blinky, what's up? Spyro, Crash! Nina has kidnapped the professor and Coco. This can't be good. All their research has been destroyed. We have no idea where Ripto and Cortex are hiding. We have to save our friends.
I don't know whether or not to do that like buzzing sound effect either from Spyro 3, which usually has like that buzzing dialogue sound effect, but you know, it is what it is.
Follow me, Crash.
Follow me, Crash. Follow me, Crash. Okay, let's go. Right, that's that done. Okay, now here we are in Fire Mountains, the volcano world. So yeah, it's definitely... We're definitely taking a more volcanic setting over here. Okay, pretty cheap place to die, but what the fuck ever. Okay, so we're pretty much almost halfway into the game at this point in time. Okay, so here's Hunter as well. This is where he makes his first appearance in this game.
Hi Crash, my name's Hunter. Look out for those lab assistants with the flamethrowers. They're almost too hot to handle.
So yeah, another Spyro character throwing these puns as well. By the way, that was a pretty shitty cycle there with the, what do you call it, the fucking... That was a proper fucking shitty cycle there with the lab assistant initiating his flamethrower just there. But yeah, I could have piss easily dodged that if that cycle wasn't so poorly timed. But anyways, yeah. Let's jump into either like the second or third tank level, which in a way, you know, the Tiny Tiger boss fight could sort of count as a tank level, but at the same time, not really since it was a boss fight. But yeah, anyways, let's jump into the level, tanking over the world. Let's unlock and enter this level. Okay, so we definitely got more perils in place. So they put more tanks in more perilous places over here. And on top of that, we have electric gates to pass through. Key is timing. Timing is definitely key. It's the operative point over here. Okay, now we got to shoot out these type of mechs that also utilize their own turrets, but this one sort of utilizes a turret on like a sensor per se. And I can already take this one out before approaching that section, all the way from the back. Alright, let's pass through this electric gate. Had to play it safe a bit there. That was close. Yeah, gotta be really careful here. Okay, that's taking out that Wumpa fruit. It's pretty cheap, whoa. But on the plus side though, that ricochet type of mechanic took out that other tank in the process. It legit just took out that tank in the corner in the process, which, you know, really helped out. Okay, so now 11 crates. It's not too tough, you just gotta know how to shoot diagonally per se. You just gotta know how to get your diagonal shots in, pretty much. Okay, that was a good shot. Okay, yeah, this crate is piss easy to miss. Good thing I clocked it before proceeding on to the main path. Also, like, these lava effects, the way like they simulate the lava, they put some type of like, you know, shimmering type of filter. Or like, they put some sort of like, you know, I wouldn't exactly call it swirling, but it's like swerving type. It's a swerving type of filter that they utilize in order to like simulate that it's, you know, actually, in order to simulate the lava actually, you know, I think they were supposed to like simulate the fact that, you know, it was boiling lava per se. I don't know. Although they could have used particle effects in order to emphasize that, but at the same time it's like, you know, it is what it is, they made their decision. Okay, I reckon I can't get those crates from this point, so I'm gonna have to get them from another side. So yeah, I'll have to get those crates from pretty much the other side of the track here, the other side of the path here. Take out these nitro crates. It's a good thing you don't get killed by your own cannonballs here. That would be such a piss take. Yep, I was correct. They literally just put it there as part of the main path. Yep, that tank right there literally just travels and rotates as it's constantly shooting out fire. This one might be a bit harder than the first one, but it's simple enough to complete still. Wumpa Fruit keeps getting caught in the crossfire at this point though. Perfect, okay, just 4 more crates to destroy. Okay, that makes that simple enough. Okay, shoot this motherfucker. I knew there was another crate up top. I was gonna say that can't have been the last of it. Okay, here we are people. Just like that, the gem spawns. The gem turns up. Okay, now we can literally just chill and pass into the portal. Okay, just like that. This level's complete. Just like that, tanking over the world is complete. What the fuck? Okay, I had a suspicion that that was gonna happen. Okay, that was a better outcome. Okay, yeah, it is what it is. That sort of made it easier. That was way too close. Almost landed into the lava there. Okay, let me take care of something real quick. Okay, yeah, pretty much had to deal with one of those spam bots just then. Bit of a piss take, but you know it is what it is. Not gonna give it that much oxygen for what it's worth. It's not worth it. It's just not worth the bullshit. Okay, so it takes you to the main path anyway. Okay, so yeah, now we have like fire particles just rising up from the lava itself across this broken bridge over here. Okay, so here's the next level in hot water. Okay, so it's another one of those chill life preserver riding type levels over here. It's an interesting premise what they thought up of when it comes to like, you know, putting engines or putting motors on top of a fucking life preserver per se. On like a donut ring shaped life preserver. Okay, so this one is actually quite easier. This one is actually pretty much easier than the second one. Because like, unlike the previous one, this doesn't contain those underwater submarine bombs per se. Even though like, in a way they could be interpreted as airstrike bombs at the same time, but like, this one in a way is easier because of the fact that those types of perils are absent, and they literally just replaced them with, they replaced those type of perils with like a different type of peril, and that's literally just having the tanks. That's literally just like having the tanks just sitting there on the side, just like shooting in a cycle while they're like on land. So it's literally just tanks placed on land shooting within a cycle at specific points within the level. That's literally all it is. Let's just be really careful here. Okay, that was fucking cheap the way that happened. Okay, I've tried dodging that. Okay, that was fucking cheap. Sometimes it just sucks you in. But yeah, sometimes it just sucks you in when you least expect it to. Okay, that was even cheaper. I got hit by the fucking nitro crate. To be honest, that would have been better because it's useful to have the Okraku mask, and it's a waste of a mask when you lose it at such, like, it's legit, it's such a waste of a mask if you lose it at such an early point in the level. That was close. It is a bit of a piss take though, how you have no feature to attack, and there's no like break function either, so like you can't put yourself to a stop, you know? You can't come to a halt, especially for shit situations like that. It's an actual piss take. See, as a result I got shot by that cunt. Yeah, there's nothing there. Although this one actually isn't that hard. Premise wise, it's actually not as hard as the previous one. Okay, that was close. They play this game as like such a chill soundtrack. Oh, that was super close. Especially the way I was rapidly tapping the jump button just there, just to like get myself out of that fucking whirlpool and escaping from getting shot by that fucking tank over there. Okay, that was super close. Nearly got hit by that mine there as well. Nearly got blown up by that mine in the process. But yeah, that's the operative approach to take. Just spamming the jump button with that rapid jump button tap. Okay, that was close. Almost. Just give it time. Okay, so we're almost there. Okay, so we made it. The way that portal right there though, it's so stupidly placed, that whirlpool. But yeah, just like that, we've completed the level in hot water. But yeah, it's fucking stupid though, like how I was still getting pulled in as I was collecting the gem. It's like, fucking hell man, I've just completed the level, just fucking let it go already. Just like, accept your fate and fuck off. Like, legit, that's the case. Just like, accept your fate and piss off. Just like, because like, you know, the writing's already on the wall, mate. Anyways, yeah, apart from that, that was pretty decent. We've completed the world, we've completed the level in hot water, just like that. Okay, so here's the next bonus round over here, crate step. Let's enter it. Okay, yeah, pretty much another one of those platforming time trial levels. Destroy all the crates. That was simple enough. But yeah, man, like, you know, the soundtrack for this game, like, it's interesting how, like, they have the most chill tracks possible for the most dangerous types of situations that are present. But at the same time, you know, it made the game what it is. Okay, so it's only a matter of time. Okay, so we'll be there soon. I'll be done with this shit soon. That was super close. Okay, so we've been here already. So these home worlds themselves, they are pretty short, but like sometimes it can really pad the length when you like explore them too. And even when you like, you know, explore them more in depth. But yeah, I don't want to drag them out too long. But yeah, some perils are piss easy to dodge, especially with that rising fire pit just then. Well, okay, what the fuck, that was so close, but I had some like weird physics happen just then. It's like Crash just drifted at some point in midair. I don't know how that's even possible, but like, it literally just drifted as I, you know, changed direction in midair as I was spinning. I don't know how that even makes sense in this game, but what the fuck ever. I don't know how that even works. I don't know how that even makes sense in this game or any Crash Bandicoot game for that matter. What the? I spun the motherfucker. How the fuck does that qualify as a Aku Aku Mask Glass? That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, legit, how the fuck? In what universe does that qualify as an Aku Aku Mask Glass? Oh, that was very cheap, the way that happened. You see, here we go again. Like, I spun him and I still took damage. What the fuck? That makes no sense whatsoever. Okay. I had that same problem happen just now, like, Crash literally just drifted in midair as I spun and changed direction. I don't know what it is, and I think it happens after a double jump as well. It's like, I presume it happens when you like spin after a double jump. When you like spin and change direction while you're in midair. Yeah, like, I clocked it, it sort of like drifts in a bit. It sort of like whips position back and forth, per se. It's strange, like, it's fucking strange. Okay, well, that was close. Okay, so that's the path that we progressed to. Okay, so here's money bags. Come on in and spin the wheel to win a prize. Come on in and spin the wheel to win a prize. Okay, like, so here we are in the spinning wheel shop. So yeah, the second spinning wheel shop in the game. So yeah, come on in and spin the wheel to win a prize. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend too long here. Okay, let's do this shit. We've picked up plenty of Wumpa fruit as well, so like, I'll get at least a few cards. I'll get at least a decent amount of cards before exiting the spinning wheel shop. Okay, 38 Wumpa fruit, not too bad. Been streaming for almost 3 hours now. Bad attack crash card. Okay, well, it takes a piss when you hit the fucking, what you call it, the desk of your knee, but yeah. Or just hit the desk in general. Alright, so yeah, that green outcome can piss off. That was proper convenient. I scored 82 Wumpa fruit out of that, and it was at the center point between the two colors. Okay, getting the spring crate card was a better outcome. Let's see how this pans out. Okay, 15 Wumpa fruit. Bit of a waste of a turn, especially since it costs 5 more Wumpa fruit to spin this, to like play this spinning wheel game. So yeah, even more of a con. 5 Wumpa fruit less than the requirement to spin. We've got a Spyro card now. You win Red Gem card. That's pretty cheap. Okay, 29 Wumpa fruit, not too bad. 85 Wumpa fruit would have been preferable, but shit happens, you know. $46 Wumpa fruit. Okay. That was pretty decent. I swear, what do you call it? I swear the orange one had 66 Wumpa fruit though, but still a 20 Wumpa fruit difference ain't much, and as long as it's above 20, that's still a pretty good outcome for what it's worth. You had to go have a decent outcome, you know. 49 Wumpa fruit, not too bad. Okay, let's just get more goals. 93 Wumpa fruit, even better. Oh, 2 93s in a row. Okay, that green outcome can fuck off. It would have been sick if I got 2 93 Wumpa fruit outcomes in a row, but like, you know, shit happens. Always depends on the outcome. That 97 Wumpa fruit outcome comeback though. That was a proper comeback. Piss off. That should have been 83. $67 Wumpa fruit, that comeback though. Okay, that was pretty good. 63 Wumpa fruit. But yeah, I reckon 2000 Wumpa fruit would be a good stopping point. Okay, so we got a Bat Attack Crash card out of that. Although that card repeated technically, so that's practically worth nothing, that spin. And this one was literally worth nothing. So yeah, that can piss off. Hey, the Scarecrow, welcome to the livestream. Cheers for stopping by, he says, my beloved Bandicoot. Indeed, this game is proper full of nostalgia. So yeah, we're back at it again. So yeah, the Scarecrow, at this point, I'm on the 3rd world in the game. So yeah, 41 per fruit, decent. That's a decent outcome. Okay, so he said never played it. Yeah, Crash Bandicoot Fusion is pretty dope. So yeah, like, Crash Bandicoot Fusion and Spyro Fusion are both crossover titles. Pretty much, they're like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon crossover titles, which in a way it's like, you know, it works out because that's the way it was promoted, and not only that, but like the way they promote each other is kind of interesting because like it's 2 separate games. Crash Bandicoot Fusion is like the whole Crash Bandicoot adventure perspective of the crossover, whereas like the Spyro, you know, the Spyro crossover perspective is like in Spyro Fusion. So yeah, the Scarecrow says, they have a bad reputation, tell me about it. In terms of Activision, yeah, that's actually true. It's pretty fucked up. Got a reputation for yourself now. So yeah, 95 Wumpa fruit. That's a pretty decent outcome. Okay, so we're getting closer to 2000 here. Oh yeah, he also says, I mean, the Fusion games. I mean, the way they scored, yeah, they didn't do. They're pretty much slept on for what it's worth. Okay, so 15-1 Wumpa Fruit. Pretty decent outcome for what it's worth. Come on, 91 Wumpa Fruit. Fuck yes, now we're talking. Okay, we're getting closer to all that reputation for them. Got a reputation for yourself now. Iron box card. Okay, I won an iron crate card as well. I gotta admit, that's a bit of a, like, you know, a better bar for how it panned out as well. The way I just sung it, but yeah. Yeah, my throat's been a bit dry this morning. It didn't really help earlier on, but yeah, it is what it is. Play spin the wheel. Knights have 1 per 3, that's a lot. Okay, we've got the Spyro card, green gem card. I swear I've won this one already. Scarecrow also says, oh yeah, this has collectible cards. Yeah, it's got the collectible trading cards, this game. So it's the 4th Crash Bandicoot game in the Game Boy Advance lineup. 18 Wumpa Fruit. You can tell that it utilizes Crash Nitro kart models as well. In addition to, like, you know, the PS1, it uses Crash Nitro kart models in addition to, like, the PS1 Crash model in terms of homeworld platforming type gameplay as well. Not just like the homeworld gameplay premise, but not just the homeworld platforming gameplay premise, but also the bonus round gameplay premise as well. He also says, wasn't Titans on GBA? Yep, indeed, Crash of the Titans actually did get a Game Boy Advance release, and as a matter of fact, that'll be the next game as part of the lineup for this livestream series that I plan to complete. So yeah, we're 4 live streams in. Okay, so 0 Wumpa Fruit. Literally get fuck all from that. Okay, so I'll play this until I get like 2000 Wumpa Fruit. 58 Wumpa Fruit, that's decent. Okay, we've got the Aku Aku box card, that's pretty solid. Fucking hell, that can piss off. I was so close to getting 98 Wumpa Fruit as well. The Scarecrow says, who developed this then? Vicarious Visions have also developed this game. Although if you're talking about Titans on the GBA, it was developed by Amaze Entertainment along with Radical Entertainment, even though I think Radical Entertainment sort of like provided the assets per se. I mean, it makes sense. $44 Wumpa Fruit. Oh, that can piss off. $98 Wumpa Fruit would have been decent. come on, cut it out with the crappy outcomes already. It keeps giving me crappy ass outcomes at this point. Okay, but Scarecrow also says, I think Daxter on PSP was a similar situation with Naughty Dog. Yeah, I presume it was. Daxter was like a side game too. It wasn't even like a mainline game. It was like a spin-off. 88 Wumpa Fruit, perfect. That's the best outcome for this situation. $10 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty cheap. That's nothing, man. That's literally worth nothing because it's half the cost to spin the wheel. It's literally half the cost to pay in order to play the spin the wheel game. He says it's quite good though. Yeah, it is actually pretty good. Okay, the outcome can fuck off. Okay, that's enough. Underwater City card. Underwater City crash card. That was madness. Okay, we're gonna get through or not. 73 Wumpa Fruit. It's pretty good. $20 Wumpa Fruit. That's how much it cost me to fucking play this game in the first place. He says, I think it's set in between Jack 2. I presume that's the case. Yeah, I've already got Bat Attack Crash card. That card literally just repeated. Okay, the green card fucked up. I mean, like, the spinning wheel fucked up with the green outcome. Okay, come on, I need decent outcomes. 14 Wumpa Fruit's not gonna cut it. Fuck yes, 85 Wumpa Fruit. Let's go. $37 Wumpa Fruit. It says quite hard to complete this game. Not necessarily. As a matter of fact, you can actually complete this game itself without entering a single shop. Like literally all you have to do is just complete the levels. All you have to do is just like pick up all the Wumpa Fruit on the map and then just like complete the levels accordingly, picking up all the crystals and gems in the process. And just like that you complete the game. You don't even need to enter the shops. You don't even need to enter a single shop just to complete the main adventure period. But I'm just doing this for fun, just for showcase purposes. $82 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty decent. You in purple gem card. He says, don't you need the cards? Well, the cards, they're just, what do you call it? They're just percentage completion bonus pretty much. It's not really, like, it's not even a requirement to unlock anything, just, I don't know why my throat keeps flooding up like that today. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's weird. Egyptian tombs card. He says fair. Yeah, in order to even access the final boss fight, you don't even need a single card, but you know. Iron box card, yeah, that's repeated. He says it's been quite dry. What, isn't like the weather? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. He says there's a water shortage apparently. Pretty much. Also over here, the weather's actually pretty humid. So yeah, that would also partially explain it. Okay, 57 Wumpa Fruit. 95 Wumpa Fruit, come on. Fucking hell. Well, yeah, sure, 33 Wumpa Fruit is still pretty decent, but like 95 Wumpa Fruit would have been so much better. Persian Palace card. $97 Wumpa Fruit, and that's pretty solid. Okay, let's see how this pans out. 93 Wumpa Fruit. That takes it to the next level. $49 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty solid. 2018 Wumpa Fruit as well. That's pretty sick. And as soon as I legit purchased my turn to play the spin the wheel game, it just like went down to $9.98. Interesting. $94 Wumpa Fruit, that's a bonus. Okay, 2092 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty good. Okay, we got a Volcano Island card out of that. Even though I already picked that up on the map. Okay, 39 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty decent. Okay, I'm actually gonna call it quits from the shop right now. Let's get the fuck out of here. So yeah, we've got plenty of Wumpa Fruit right now. Okay, let's unlock the next phase. Okay, now we're on phase 2 of the Volcano Island. Or Lava Mountains, as they call it. So yeah, now we're officially on the second phase of the Lava Mountains. I'm not sure if there's even anything below, I don't exactly remember. Because, you know, they pull all this clever deception type shit. They pull all this, you know, trickery deceit type bullshit. Chop till you drop, yeah, that's another level. Oh, that's right, there's another shop over there. What the fuck? Okay. That was cheap the way that happened. Okay, yeah, so I just had to take care of some shit over there, and on top of that I had to clear my throat and all. Okay, so we know where we're going. Yeah, our Crocu's literally directed me to open up this portal right here, so yeah, anyways. Let's unlock and enter the level chop till you drop. Here we are, let's shoot these motherfuckers down. It's strange how, like, the closer you fly to the control pit, the more the camera zooms in, which in a way, like, it doesn't help you at all because it's like... Because you need that field of view in order to, like, see what... In order to, like, you know, actually see what you're up against, to actually see the incoming wave of parachuting turrets. And yeah, like, my chopper just got blown up by that shit. It just got... The chopper literally just got blown up by the fucking parachute that shoots down the fucking, what you call it, the parachute turret that actually shoots. And yeah, it's always like the red or orange one that shoots. Yet the first one had a red parachute. Well, the first level that utilized this type of premise had a red parachute for the turrets that actually shoot, but for this one it utilizes the orange one. But for this one it utilizes an orange parachute for that type of turret, for the turret that shoots. But the ones that like have the shield, like, you just gotta be really precise in terms of like shooting them down. But yeah, that one was simple enough. So yeah, another one of those helicopter, paracoffer situations. Okay, here we are with money bags. Yeah, he says, was that shirtless money bags? I presume, I'm not entirely sure. Looks like it. Don't know whether or not he's wearing a tribal type of necklace or what the fuck ever that's supposed to be, but you know, it is what it is. You said you're getting greedy. Not necessarily, but yeah, no. But yeah, I just opted to get 2000 Wumpa Fruit and then just like get the fuck out of that shop. But yeah, just go get as much Wumpa Fruit as possible. It helps when it comes to purchasing cards, which, you know, I'm only doing for showcase purposes. I'm not gonna purchase every single card in the game. Okay, so yeah, Moneybags is like, phew, it's hot out here. Come on in, my shop is air conditioned. Yeah, way to encourage more customers to come in and buy your products. In the previous world, he was like, oh, come inside the shop where it's warm, because it was in the frozen Arctic. And in this case, since we're in the volcano island, since we're in the fire mountains, he's advertising that his shop has like a fucking, what you call it, that his shop is actually air conditioned. You know, interestingly enough, the design of his shop is actually, it's literally just, you know, the tents from the medieval levels from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, which is pretty interesting. And when you enter it, you pretty much like, I presume this is their interpretation of what the inside of the tent looks like. Okay, let's jump in. Okay, so at this point we literally just purchase cards and that's it. So I've got plenty of Wumpa Fruit, so I can purchase as much of them as possible until, you know, the shop is maxed out. Okay, so I've already purchased these two. So Flying Lab Assistant and Basket have already been purchased. Although, like, I've just purchased this card. Although, every time you enter, it always refreshes, you know, the actual cards that you get. So yeah, it's always a mixture. So we've got Bunny and Vase left. Well, as part of that selection anyway. Evil Bat. And every time you select a card that's invalid, you literally just get the deny sound effect to play. So yeah, the deny sound effect literally just plays, which is like a bit of a price. It's a bit of a priceless element there. Okay, let's fucking go. Okay, that's all of them. I think I just maxed out a shop at this point. Sometimes you gotta jump back in just to like refresh the shop. Okay, so I'll enter and exit a few times just to like make sure that the shop's been maxed out. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's pretty much all of them, from what it looks like. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. That was super close. Okay, so we're almost approaching the end of this homeworld. So we got a trading card up top. Okay, so we got rocket power over here. Okay, so yeah, just cleared my throat a little bit there, so now let's jump into the level. Let's unlock and enter the level rocket power. Let's jump right in. So yeah, we utilize the same jetpack level type of mechanic as in the previous world. Yeah, these were always intense to complete. And also it's pretty interesting how like most of these side-scrolling levels with the heads-up display, they also have like part of the UI on the bottom where like it pretty much represents Crash's position on the map and how far away he is from the exit portal within the level. So yeah, it doesn't take that long to get to the finishing portal of the level, especially with the speed this travels at. Yeah, I'm literally just gonna go with a crates are, just so it makes the gem a piss easy pickup per se. Oh, that's close. Nearly crashed onto that piece of platform there. Interesting the way they designed the moon there. Oh, that was super fucking close. Okay, that's rocket power complete. Alright, so one more crystal, one more gem left until this homeworld is complete in terms of crystal and gems. Well, in terms of crystals and gems. And I was super close in catching that nitro crate detonator. Yeah, I was super close in actually, you know, getting that. I was legit super close in getting that nitro crate detonator switch box right there. Okay, so bat attack is the next level, but I'm gonna pick up some stuff here first. Yeah, I knew there was another platform here. it's stupid how, like, you know, the field of view just fucking tricks you into, like, thinking that there's nothing there half the time. Okay, here's Bianca from Spyro 3. Hi, I'm Bianca. Do you have many trading cards yet? I hear they unlock mini games if you collect a good number of them. Okay, so yeah, the trading cards, technically, they unlock mini games in party mode, but not necessarily like as. But apart from that, in terms of the main adventure though, they don't unlock anything else. So yeah, earlier on when I said that they don't pretty much do anything as part of the adventure and just score like percentage completion, that's all it does for the main adventure. It doesn't unlock anything mandatory, it just unlocks party games. Well, it just unlocks mini games within party mode. Okay, so here's another card. You got a new card. Sword Assistant. I presume that's the lab assistant with the sword from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped in the medieval levels. And just like that, we've approached another trading card. You got a new card, Fire Mountains. Alright, here we are. It's interesting how you can bounce on top of a lab assistant, but you can't bounce on top of a Riptox. It's pretty fucked up, but it is what it is. So yeah, it turns out lab assistants can actually be used as trampolines, unlike Riptox. I was gonna say, it requires specific button pressure in order to get up onto that specific crate as well. It's pretty crazy though, the way they positioned that. They made it so it requires specific button pressure in order to get up on top of that specific iron spring crate right there. Okay, let's unlock and enter the level Bat Attack. So it's the first one of its premise where Crash pretty much rides a bat that has a bazooka attached to it, even though like it has like two separate functions to it. Okay, reach the end. Press up and down on the D-pad to move. Press up, down, left and right on the D-pad to move. Press A to fire. Press B to bomb. Hold button to charge weapon. So you can shoot rockets and drop bombs. It really helps your situation, although like you can actually, even though like you can fire rapidly sort of, but like you actually got to tap the button in order to like shoot as much as possible. So like pretty much that premise works for both missiles and bombs. So it works for both rocket missiles and bombs. So we shoot all these like fucking bats that pop up as well, along with Cortex's lab assistants. Okay, yeah, I was just checking up on something real quick. That was close. Didn't even give him a chance to shoot his shot. Just had to take the opportunity to take him out just then. Just denied his opportunity to shoot his shot. Okay, let's be really careful here. Yeah, these levels are actually pretty fun to play, but like the later ones get even harder. It depends, like some can take the piss, including this one. Yeah, sometimes that's when the bomb comes in useful. Just like, because technically you shoot missiles but you drop bombs. Fucking hell. That bat fucking popped out of nowhere. It's so cheap the way it just popped out of nowhere as well. But anyways, we're approaching the end of the level. Shot that motherfucker. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay, so just like that, we got both a crystal and a gem in the process. Alright, that was simple enough. That was pretty piss easy, and now here we are with the crunch bonus round right here. Wow, I'm working up a sweat in this heat. Hey, wanna lift some more weights? Okay, let's go. Okay. Bonus weightlift, yeah. They give them different names for some reason, but yeah. Crunch time or what the fuck ever. Anyways, let's jump into the third weightlifting bonus round. Let's jump into the third crunch weightlift bonus round. Pump it up. Yeah, we already know the premise. Okay, so yeah, this time we're just in front of a picturesque background per se, on top of a stream of lava. Wow, I literally had a full 10 seconds to spare on top of that. You got a new card, Gold Relic. Okay, that was simple enough. I don't reckon there's more Wumpa fruit here. Nah, there isn't. There's definitely... Actually, no, I don't think there's more up top either. Oh, there's Wumpa fruit over there, but yeah. I was gonna say, I don't suppose there's more Wumpa fruit at the earlier points, but turned out not to be the case. But you know, this helps. Yeah. We got this. Now there's nothing. Yeah, I figured it was that type of platform. You know, the one where it's one of those off-screen platforms that you can't see unless you actually get to them. Like, bullshit trickery. It's like, just legit next level bullshit trickery deceit right there. Alright, so that's that. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back through this way, fuck that. That was proper close. Okay, now I've already done that. I've already done that bonus round. I was almost gonna say boss fight for a second, but it's not even a boss fight. Okay, so time for the third boss fight in the game, Nina Cortex. Which, by the way, is a polar bear chase section, so yeah, as we're about to see.
Get us out of here. Spyro, help! Look, Crash! It's the Professor and Coco! Purple puppy, Nina wants to play! Crash, distract Nina so I can get the Professor and Coco to safety.
Okay, so yeah. This one's pretty cryptic. It's pretty cheap the way I died just then, but yeah, I forgot that there was like a spike pit just then. But yeah, it's all partial muscle memory to deal with here. What the fuck? Come on. Okay, let's go. This one's actually piss easy to do, like, once you know the actual structure. Literally all you do is just hold the sprint button and jump the second you get to each pit or chasm. Pretty much like, whenever you get to a chasm or a pit of spikes, you just jump as you're holding the speed button and that's it. Otherwise, like, if you don't speed up, you'll just get caught. Fucking hell, okay. Yeah, that was a mispress on the jump there. So yeah, the premise is that at this point, you just wanna, for this boss fight, or in this case, boss chase, you legit just wanna hold down the speed boost button the entire time. Like pretty much throughout the entire duration. Can't outrun a polar bear. This is very suitable for Halloween as well. It's interesting how like they utilize that music for every single boss fight, and it's really fitting for this one in particular as well on top of that. Because like it just fits the Halloween type of atmosphere per se. Yeah, this really emphasizes her childish characteristics in this game. Nina's like,
Wow, no fair! Good job, Crash!
you got a new card, Entrance. Okay, so we get an Entrance card for defeating Nina. Cortex. Now let's enter the fourth homeworld, Dragon Castles.
Our work is ruined. We were so close to discovering their hideout. What can we do? I'm afraid it's up to you two. We'll have to continue to locate the crystals. The two of them will be twice as persistent now. If we can lure the two of them out, maybe we can put a tracer on them and follow them back to their base. Then we can stop them for good. Crash, you'll need to travel to Dragon Castles and locate the crystals there first. Spyro, can you head to our home, Wampa Jungle, and keep those Riptocs in check? You can count on us!
Okay, here we are in Dragon Castles. The first thing you see is literally just a swinging axe to the right. The first thing you literally just see is like a swinging axe to the right and just popping up spears to the left. So yeah, they utilized that from previous homeworlds. Okay, so the first thing legit we enter into is the Crunch bonus round. So yeah, we have that first up in this world. Let's go, Crash! Work out those biceps! It's interesting how they played the card shop theme as part of that previous dialogue scene just there. Or that dialogue storyboard type scene just there. But anyways. Let's proceed to the fourth crunch weightlift type of bonus round. Pump it up, mofos. You got a new card, Platinum Relic. Okay, so here we are, people. Alright, so yeah, it's only a matter of time before we complete the game. So yeah, you can tell it's got this homeworld pretty much has like a medieval setting on top of like, you know, a Spire of a Dragon type homeworld setting. You can even see that you can even clock that they utilized the tents from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped within the you can even clock that they actually utilized the tents from the medieval levels within Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped as well, so like, that practically builds on top of that. Not only that, but they even brought the goats from Crash 3 as well within, you know, the actual medieval levels. Okay, so now moving on to the next proper level, also the first proper level of this homeworld, Sheep Shuttle. So let's unlock and enter this level. These sheep levels are pretty chill. These sheep shooting levels, they've always been pretty chill, but like, every time it just like floods up with, every time the screen just floods up with sheep, it just gets more intense. And I've clocked that, like, you know, the later we progress into the game, the higher the quantity of sheep that we kill in this game. Well, the higher quantity of sheep that we kill in these types of levels. So yeah, this one's actually pretty simple. Just like that, we've completed Sheep Shuttle. So, doesn't it take the piss when you just get the most random voice cracks possible? It's a real piss take. Alright. So let's progress. There's that goat from Crash 3. There's that free falling bonus round as well. But first I'll get these bumper fruit. And we have like this Loch Ness monster type motherfucker popping up from beneath the bridge. Yeah, sometimes he plays like a sound effect as soon as you approach him, so yeah, like he's proximity based, like in terms of his functionality. Okay, so we re-encounter Blinky over here, but this time Blinky's more friendly at this point.
Hey Crash, sorry about our misunderstanding before. I thought you were on Ripto's side. It's good to know you're working with Spyro now.
You changed your tune, but yeah, it's about time you buried the hatchet. Okay, so at this point they literally just put a trading card behind the mushroom, which is a bit priceless. On Crash's model right there, like, before he initiates the actual celebration type of animation. That's quite interesting. You got a new card, Dragon Castles. Alright, let's GTFO. Okay, yeah, that's the sound effect that plays. Yeah, it doesn't always play all the time. It didn't play the first time, but it played the second time. Alright, anyways, now let's jump into the next bonus round, Free Falling, which is the second out of its variant at this point in the game. It's interesting how, like, I didn't point this out previously, but it's interesting how, like, in every bonus round, or in, like, every actual conventional bonus round, they have a question mark, they have, like, a question mark animation bouncing on top of the actual platform itself, as opposed to just having, like, a question mark sprite plastered on top of it. So, yeah. It's interesting attention to detail there. Anyways, let's jump into the bonus round, Free Falling. Destroy arbor crates. Okay, so yeah, they certainly like step it up to the next level in terms of like how hard it is to, like, you know, get all the crates on the way down. So this is where utilizing your this is legit where utilizing your double jump actually comes in useful in terms of like making use of the second jump within the double jump. Also, yeah, it's helpful to follow the trail of Wumpa Fruit. That was close as fuck. We got this shit. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, there's this one, and there's also one in Tech Park as well, which is upcoming. By the way, yeah, if I get that same graphical glitch in the second phase of this world, I'm either gonna exit out of this save file and jump back into it, or I'm just gonna restart the game, or I'm just gonna restart the emulator. Because I'm not gonna let this turn into a second trial run. Like, you know, time is precious, we can't afford to waste time. We gotta proceed. We gotta push forward, you know. The interesting thing is that this one, at least for the first phase, it's shorter than the previous 3 or the previous 2. It feels as short as... Interestingly enough, it feels as short as Wumpa Jungle in a way. Up, up and away. So yeah, I presume that's like the next level. So yeah, up, up and away is the next proper level that we actually play in this homeworld. So yeah, let's unlock and enter the level. So yeah, this is pretty much like the third and final one of its premise. Although this one proper takes it to the next level because like it's so much more of a maze in comparison to the previous 2, because like it's not as straightforward, and on top of that, like you really have to, it really tests your ability to actually, you know, utilize button pressure per se, whether you need to like either, you know, hold the jump button for an extended period of time, or just release the jump button for an extended period of time, depending on the current situation, depending on the current predicament that's at play. It always depends on the predicament in question, that's the thing. Okay, so we're getting close. This one is proper cryptic compared to the previous 2. I remember these used to feel proper intense, playing this back in the day on the original Game Boy. Back as a simple 9-year-old kid. But you know, anything can look tough from a kid's perspective. But at the same time, childhood creates a lot of nostalgia. Okay, so just like that, we've completed the level up, up and away. Let's GTFO. Okay, so there's nothing here, it's literally just the main path. In a way, like, it's sort of helpful, because then you don't have to backtrack as much through this level. Okay, so up top, we have another trading card shop. Moneybags is like, I'm opening up new shops everywhere, so feel free to stop by any one of them. Okay, let's go. Trading card shop. Okay, so this is literally just like a shop where you just purchase trading cards like the first one. I don't know how many I'm gonna purchase. Yeah, we've got plenty, but you know. I think this might be the only 3 left. Yeah, Castle, Riptok, Shark, and Go. It's literally the exact same 3 we had in the previous round when we entered the shop. Okay. Okay, I was correct. See, we got the exact same ones. Shark, Castle, Rock, and Sheep. Shark, Castle, Riptok, and Sheep. Okay, so I think at this point, that's this shop officially maxed out. Okay. Oh, we got Moat Monster over here. Okay, so almost maxed out. Oh yeah, that's right, I had Go as well. Okay, I think at this point, they're all maxed out. Yeah, I think that's all of them. It looks like it's maxed out at this point. Yeah, I'm just checking multiple times just to see like whether or not it's maxed out, but yeah, it's what it looks like. Okay, let's GTFO. Okay, so pretty much like he has a way of like self-promoting, which is sort of funny, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. I don't think, you know, entering or exiting a shop, oh, it does reset 1 per 3, I was gonna say. Well, at least this isn't such a big homeworld, or at least this isn't such a big phase within the homeworld, so... yeah. But yeah, we're more than halfway through the game at this point. We're practically a quarter through the game at this point in time right now. What the fuck? Okay, that was a waste of an Akwaku mask. See, what the fuck? I spun him before he even got the opportunity to drop those fucking rocks. That's fucking bullshit. I literally spun him before he got the opportunity to drop those rocks. Always gotta watch out for that motherfucker. I think there's more than one of them in this world as well, to my personal recollection. Alright, let's go. So far it's been pretty chill. I gotta say though, like, it's been more chill than the previous attempt of a livestream for what it's worth. Even though, like, it was nice to have Spider Rebel guest commentating alongside, but presumably he's unavailable. But, you know, fair enough, everyone's got their own life. Anyways, let's enter the second phase of Dragon Castle and let's see how this one is gonna pan out. Okay people, here we are, in the second phase of the game. Although for some reason, it looked like the game just froze. That's weird. Well, at least the game saves automatically, so at this point in time, if something actually does happen, then, you know, I can legit just like exit out and then jump back in. That's so weird though. Like the emulator just randomly just crashed just then. Wow, I think I just did the soft reset of the emulator without even clocking it. Okay. Alright, so we still got the save file, we can jump in, so we're 70% complete at this point in the game. Alright, here we go. perfect. Now it's completely playable without any graphical glitches or what the fuck ever popping up. Because yeah, the way it panned out previously, I was not expecting it whatsoever. But yeah, now we can see this phase clearly. Now we can see this level phase proper clearly. Now that we can probably see everything, we know where to put our steps. Also, it is something really interesting to check out. So, when we drop down here, we actually find a very interesting character, which by the way, I always thought this was an interesting Easter egg as a kid, back in the day. Here we are, people, we have Fake Crash. So yeah, this is pretty much Fake Crash's only appearance in Crash Bandicoot Fusion, and interestingly enough, they used the Crash Nitro Kart model and not the Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped model, which by the way was the same model they used for Entranced. So yeah, here we are. And then like, when they approach each other, like the dialogue is just purely basic. It isn't even dialogue, but yeah, you'll see what that's about. Okay. So yeah, they both pretty much just say nothing. So yeah, it's literally just like Fake Crash, Crash. Yeah, both their dialogue boxes just have like 3 spots. Just like have like, you know, the triple dot type of premise. Anyways, here's the Fake Crash card that we pick up. In addition to that, you got a new card, Fake Crash. So yeah, we actually find Fake Crash all chained up over here, which I don't understand why they chained him up over here, but presumably it's to do with the fact that, I'm not sure whether it's to do with the fact that, you know, Ripto, like Cortex or Ripto chained him up thinking he was the real Crash, or whether it was like one of, you know, the good guys from Spyro chaining him up thinking that he was the real Crash, when they initially thought that Crash Bandicoot was on the opposing team. But anyways, there's multiple possibilities to that. But of course, I suppose we'll never know. But that's just how the game goes, that's just how life goes pretty much. Okay, Castle Chaos, I presume that's the next proper level. Okay, so I know we can jump up here for a fact. From what I remember, there are some collectibles here, and plus there's even a bonus round here too. Crate Smash. Okay, so I think I'm gonna destroy that motherfucker first. Okay, what the fuck? We can still make it. I was gonna say, I know you can utilize the double jump, especially after a specific, or not in after a specific. I was gonna say, I swear you can utilize the double jump, especially after a certain amount of time of being in midair, after pulling off the first jump. I knew that was helpful. Okay, so fuck that, never mind. Okay, so let's jump into this Crate Smash bonus round. Destroy Arbor Crates. Fucking hell. Okay, that was a fuck up right there. It didn't even hit the top crate for whatever fucking reason. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's make this a decent attempt. There we fucking go. Yeah, the Wumpa fruit isn't really mandatory, but yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a piss take when it fucks up like that. Okay, that one worked out for the better. Certainly panned out for the better. Okay. Actually, you know what? I swear there's a nitro crate detonator switch box at a later point. Actually, yeah, I swear there's a nitro crate detonator switch box right at the end of the level anyway. Right at the end of the bonus round level, so it would have blown it up anyway, but you know. That was close. What the fuck? Okay. I know I could have spun that time trial crate a bit early as well, but fuck it. That was stupid. That was a quicker approach to dealing with that, although as a result it slowed down a bit of the Game Boy Advance's emulation performance. Not even the emulation performance, but like the whole motion performance altogether. Well, not even the motion performance, the whole like functionality performance altogether. I just don't reckon it could process, you know, that many inputs at once. I presume that's the case. Yeah, I certainly presume that's the case. Man, it fucking takes the piss when your throat just trips you up sometimes. Well, not even like, it's not necessarily your throat, it's just like the shit that builds up inside your throat, you know. It's like proper bullshit. Okay, that was poor as fuck. Okay, mic bump, fuck that shit. Okay, so let's unlock and enter Castle Chaos. Let's jump into this level. Okay, so here we are, another one of those Crash Bash crap, one of those, so yeah, pretty much here we are, another one of those Crash Bash Crash Ball type premise mini game levels. Although this one has like, I think one more phase than the previous one. And we get 3 balls out of them this time, as opposed to just 2. That was almost close, but this one, these ones in general aren't hard. It's not even a hard premise to complete. It's not a hard premise to grasp, and it's not like a hard type of level to complete. So yeah, the concept is pretty simple to grasp, and like the completion aspect of itself is not too like over the top, if you catch my drift. Okay, so just like that we got the crystal. We've completed Castle Chaos. I swear there's more stuff down here. Okay, so here's Moneybag's shop. Come on in, Crash. I'm sure I've got just the thing you're looking for. Okay, let's check out his shuffle shop. The card shuffle shop. Oh, the crate shuffle shop, yeah. The crate shuffle shop, here we are. Well, I wasn't paying attention, fuck it. Okay, so I got Wumpa Fruit out of that. 22 Wumpa Fruit. Okay, so... I got the mystery crate card. Okay, so we got fuck all out of that one. Wampa fruit. 90 Wampa fruit, that's pretty decent. Well, I actually ended up getting the mystery crate card. Wait, that's the same card I got previously, what the fuck? It literally is straight up repeated a card 2 goes, or like, it straight up repeated a card 2 attempts right after I got my previous card. Okay, 75 Wampa fruit, that's pretty decent. Okay, we got fuck all out of that one. You win Nitro Switch box card. Probably give it another go. Didn't even have to move to pick up that card. You win Bouncy Crate card. Okay, I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here. Alright, let's fucking go. Okay, so things are progressing much better at this point. Okay. It's funny how, like, the way it panned out previously, it's like all these graphical glitches that sort of fucked up the background, like pretty much fucked up, you know, the background textures and everything. I still don't even know how that even happened, but like, the funny thing is that like something else happened at this point where like the game ended up crashing, but like, what you call it? Well, at least I knew to actually restart the emulator, but here's the thing, I don't know whether or not the emulator actually ended up restarting by itself, or whether I like sort of, you know, I sort of punched in some type of input combo that caused the game to soft reset, or just caused the emulator to soft reset per se. As in like reset within the software as opposed to having to close and reopen the emulator itself. Okay, so bats in the belfry, or belfry, however you fucking pronounce that shit. Okay, so here we are on next proper level. Let's jump in. Let's unlock and enter bats in the belfry, or belfry, however the fuck you're supposed to pronounce it. Alright, no time like the present, let's jump in. Yeah, they make it even more perilous than the previous one, even though like the music is like more chill in comparison to the one they had for like the previous level. They utilized the same premise. It's like we got chill music playing even though there's like fucking spikes coming out the walls and shit. They even put Riptox in here and all. Actually, I don't remember whether or not they put Riptox or Rhinox in the previous... actually, I don't remember whether or not they actually put Riptox or Rhinox within the previous level that utilized this type of premise. But yeah, if you wanna check out, if you legit wanna check all areas, you gotta be quick. Because, you know, that's how... Because, you know, this is a side-scrolling premise. Well, this is an auto side-scrolling premise, so, like, you legit have to think on your feet, pretty much. Or in this case, you legit gotta think in the air, pretty much. Shoot these fuckers. Okay, that was pretty cheap. Although I have to admit that I could have already gone past those spikes. For what it's worth. But you know, apart from that, I'm having fun playing this. I'm still having lots of fun, especially like, you know, more or less the same amount of fun I was having in the previous livestream actually, and it's panning out even better because like I still didn't even need to take a lunch break just yet at this point, and hopefully I can finish this game before I end up having lunch, even though it would be a bit of a late lunch at this point, but you know. Sometimes, like, it does help the stream in order to, like, you know, complete the game in one sitting without, you know, having to take a break in the middle. Therefore, like, you know, it doesn't pad out the length of a live stream for too long. And people more or less get, like, you know, their content's worth, per se. Or, like, their time's worth of content, or their content's worth of time, however you want to put it. Well, okay, that was cheap. Yeah, the sound effects were pretty sharp in this one, I remember. Hey, NickyBats34, welcome to the livestream, just for stopping by. He says, How's the Crash Purple going? Yeah, it's going pretty decent, for what it's worth. Well, I say pretty decent, most of it is going like pretty standard, and I'm having a lot of fun playing this game. I'm using a lot of muscle memory to complete this game, not only that, but like, I'm pretty much getting all the crystals and the gems, and I'm getting pretty much like a standard amount of cards per se. I've already picked up like over 70 cards I think at this point. But yeah, so far, it's going great. Crash Bandicoot Fusion is going epic. It's interesting how, like, the American title of this game is called Crash Bandicoot Purple Ripto's Rampage. Yeah, NickyBats34 says neat. And you know, interestingly enough, and I've mentioned this to the Scarecrow earlier on when he jumped into the livestream at an earlier point. But yeah, it turns out you actually don't need to enter a single shop in order to complete the game. I shit you not, in order to access the boss fight, all you need is just the crystals and gems, and just the standard amount of Wumpa Fruit that you collect, which by the way, the Wumpa Fruit that you collect on like the world map and all that, is actually sufficient enough for you to unlock every single world and every single level that comes with it. So yeah, it's the Wumpa Fruit that you collect in the home worlds alone, well, the Wumpa Fruit that you collect across the home worlds alone is practically sufficient. It's enough to unlock, it's enough to progress through the entire game. So yeah, that's, in case anyone was unaware of that, then yeah, that's precisely the case. If you don't give a fuck about the cards, you might as well just skip all the shops altogether. Yeah, cause like, that's of course something Moneybags doesn't tell you, but of course he's not gonna tell you that, because he just wants to wash you out for all the funds that you're worth. He just wants to cash in on all your Wumpa Fruit. Or gems if you're playing Spyro Fusion. It's also interesting how the American version of Spyro Fusion is called Spyro Orange, a Cortex Conspiracy, or The Cortex Conspiracy. Don't exactly completely remember, but fuck it. It is what it is, I'm just working from memory here, so fuck it. Nicky Bats 34 says he likes that small fee. Yeah, he certainly likes that quote unquote small fee. It's just like once, you know, the consecutive small fees that he just takes out of everyone's pockets pretty much. You know, the second they approach him. Okay, speaking of which, here's Moneybags. Moneybags is right here. Speak of the fucking devil. Welcome to my shop. Okay, that's literally all he says at this point. Okay, interesting. Looks like he's run out of self-promotion material, pretty much. But anyways, yeah. Let's jump into the mystery shop. Play a mystery game. Oh, this is like where you just pick a random box and then you just like and then like you just see whichever outcome you get pretty much. Alright. Okay, so I got fuck all out of that one. Got a Spyro card out of that one. Black Sheep card. Got a Crash card out of that one. Checkpoint Crate card. I don't remember whether or not I actually got something. Got that one previously. Okay, another Crash card. Didn't even have to think about moving. Wumpa Fruit card. Alright. Got my Wumpa Fruit out of this one. 90 Wumpa Fruit, that's pretty solid. Got fuck all out of that one. Okay, I'll just fucking wing it. Got a Crash card out of that one. Pufferfish card. Wait, I've collected that card previously. Yeah, it's a piss take whenever they repeat cards in this game. It just wastes Wumpa Fruit within the shop. Black Sheep card. I already got that one. What the fuck? You clocked that. I already got that one previously. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Okay. Don't tell me we're gonna get 3 of these motherfuckers in a row, just like one of the previous shops. Okay, that's decent enough. Checkpoint Crate card. I swear I've already got that one, but fuck it. You know what, I'm getting the fuck out because the cards are repeating at this point. But yeah, this is pretty much all he says at this point. Alright, so we're almost at the end of this homeworld. Nicky Bats 34 says, quite the timing to see Moneybags. Precisely. Like we were literally just talking about him, and there he is, he just pops up. Okay, so down there, as I've showcased previously, since you weren't here earlier on, I'm not sure whether or not you're aware of this, Nicky, but yeah, down there contains a fake Crash Easter egg, which is pretty interesting. And they utilised the Crash Nitro Kart model with the green sweatpants as well, as opposed to like the same PS1 model that they reutilised for Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. It's interesting how, like, with this game they pretty much sampled content from Okay, I sincerely apologize about that. People just had to put someone in their place after causing a bit of a pointless disruption. But yeah, as I was saying, it's interesting how they utilised that. And they just put free Wumpa fruit here for whatever fucking reason, just for the fun of it. I gotta say though, that background scenery, it makes it look pretty. It looks proper scenic, it looks picturesque. It creates a nice optical illusion for background scenery for what it's worth, especially with parallax scrolling. But yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, it's pretty interesting how they utilized the... It's pretty interesting how this game pretty much sampled content from Crash Bandicoot XS, Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, and Crash Nitro Kart in order to like help build this game. Okay, so we got this, we've completed that level. Okay. So we haven't got 20 crystals or 20 gems yet, but we're approaching the final level. Yes, Akwaku, we get the picture. You can't get there fast enough. Nicky Bats 34 says, he heard small fee and came running. Precisely that, like... Pretty much like the smallest mention. Pretty much like the smallest mention of the small fee. Pretty much like the smallest mention of the small fee prospect. And he just pops up. He just like, you know, poofs in like a cartoon character. Okay, so Nicky Butts also says, it gives me Spyro A Hero's Tale vibes, pretty much. It's interesting because the Fusion games both came out in this, because Crash to Insanity, Spyro A Hero's Tale, plus the Fusion games for the Game Boy Advance came out in 2004 as well, so it really doesn't surprise me, to be honest. Okay, let's unlock and enter the level Tanks Are Us, which is the penultimate tank level in this game. Okay, I gotta be really careful. Wow, that was super fucking close. I nearly got caught by the fire there. Proper clutched it. Took this motherfucker out. Completely denied him the opportunity of roasting me with his fire. Man, there's no way this tank is gonna get roasted. Not in a million years. I know I could have ricocheted my shot just there. I know I could have pulled a ricochet shot just there, but that simple shot worked just as well. But yeah, like when it comes to those types of enemies though, especially the ones that fire on a beeper type of sensor or whatever the fuck you call it, you gotta be like really quick. This is the one where they actually introduced the fucking airstrike premise in terms of like, you know, the new perils that they bring in per tank level. So this is almost like a throwback to Crash Bash, but with the level conventions of an actual Crash Bandicoot level, where you just like, you know, destroy crates. Where you just like, you complete a level destroying crates and you pick up a crystal and a gem in the process. Okay, that was close. Okay, I took hit, hence the loss of the Akwaku mask just there. Okay. Turns out the tank hitbox got killed on. Turns out the tank hitbox got caught with one of those like, you know, side hitboxes that, you know, sort of have like, what do you call it? That are pretty much sort of attached to the background scenery of the water just there. Interesting how they simulate that. Also, like, it makes sense as well. It's pretty helpful because like then you don't stupidly accidentally just like, you know, end up falling in the water for no reason. you don't just like stupidly end up falling off a platform for no reason. So like, that's actually pretty convenient from a player's perspective. Okay, so let's just explore a bit more. You gotta be fast on your tracks here. Shot that motherfucker with a diagonal shot. Mans took him out of a diagonal shot. Watch out people, we got another airstrike. These are some good shots that I'm pulling in. No cap. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go around the way I came from, like the proper way, just to make sure that I didn't miss any crates. Yeah, because you really gotta explore the level properly in order to like make sure that you haven't missed a single crate if you're actually going for the gem. Hell, like even the gems aren't even mandatory completion. Well, gems are only a mandatory part of completion if you get like the first 20 in order to unlock the final homeworld, Tech Park, but that's pretty much it. After that, you don't have to give a flying fuck about the gems. But I'm just doing it for the fun of it myself. I'm just personally doing it for the fun of it myself. Okay, so yeah, these electric gates just take us back to where we previously came from, so there's literally no point passing through them. Take out this motherfucker. Okay, yeah, let's just go back through here. Because, especially since there's more crates over here. And that was pretty much our third airstrike within the map. Triple shot in terms of picking up those crates. I find it funny how his shot actually, you know, hits the hitbox of that wall over there. But like, my shot actually got him completely on target. My shot literally took him out completely on target, whereas like, his shot just hit the fucking wall. It's like, priceless prospects there. Completely priceless prospects. Okay, just like that, we got both the crystal and the gem for this level. With that being the case, we've officially completed the 4th homeworld apart from the boss fight. But in terms of collectibles, we've completed the 4th homeworld. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna pick up these Wumpa fruit just for fun. Before we enter the boss fight, which by the way, we'll be fighting against Ripto. Oh, don't take the piss, come on. Okay. Well, at least it's not such a long section, so fuck it. Okay, yeah, we'll be back for that in a bit. So yeah, I gotta say it's pretty chill at this point, for what it's worth. Okay, so that's alright. Okay, so that's pretty much like the earlier parts of this second phase covered. Yeah, it's just like a Wumpa Fruit pickup type of trip. Actually, I don't even remember whether or not there's even more Wumpa Fruit down here. But yeah, just in case you missed it, here's Fake Crash. So yeah, there's no Wumpa Fruit here. So yeah, there's no Wumpa Fruit there in the first place. I don't think there's any over here either. Nope. Just money bags in this fucking shop. It's interesting how the Spyro Fusion theme tune actually sort of utilizes the same instruments, or like more or less the same melody but partially remixed as like, you know, this specific track over here. I mean, like, it's a similar composition to this track, but like has like, you know, different sections along with it as well, especially when it comes to its intro. Right. Okay, so I think that's pretty much all of it covered. Yep, that's pretty much the entire homeworld covered. What the fuck? Okay, that was pretty cheap. Okay, let's unlock this area let's unlock this electric gate in order to jump into the Ripto boss fight. Ripto's Magical Mystery Tour. And as you saw just then, there was a second electric gate which requires 20 gems, but of course you didn't see the number yet because the screen doesn't expand that far. Anyways, back to the dialogue. Ripto's like, "Ah, so it's you, Bandicoot. Spyro may have beaten me in the past, but I won't be defeated by a creature like you. Prepare for defeat." Wow, that's actually nice attention to detail there in terms of like how they're transitioning these storyboard type of cutscenes per se. Okay, so here we are. Okay, so this one is pretty much partially RNG, but like at the same time the premise of it is actually not that hard. Because like legit all you have to do is shoot the bat that pretty much all you have to do is just shoot the bat that's like, you know, opaque, and all the translucent ones that you shoot, they actually multiply into, what you call it, they actually multiply into, actually no, they don't multiply into anything, they just like, when they get destroyed, they give off these particles, they give off like these like projectile type particles, but of course, all you have to do is shoot Ripto in this case, which by the way, is a piss easy boss fight. I mean, it's easier than a lot of people make it because of the fact that people try and shoot every single bat possible when really you just have to dodge the translucent ones and just go for the opaque ones in order to destroy Ripto's shield, and that's pretty much it. I don't even know how long that actually took, but that practically took less than 30 seconds to complete. But yeah, anyways, here we are, people. Now Ripto's like, "Ah, you may have beaten me. Ah, you may..." Wait, let me just structure this properly. "Ah, you may have beaten me, but that doesn't mean you've stopped my plan. Don't worry, Crash. We want him to get away so... Don't worry, Crash. We want him to get away so we can follow him to his base." And that's pretty much like that Crash Bandicoot face meme that they use whenever like they use it for a certain type of, what you call it, meme. As in like Breaking Bad news or some shit.
You did remember to put the tracer on him, right?
And Crush's facial expression just changes, while the rest are just like animated in the background. That like surprise animation.
Crash, don't tell me you forgot.
The way they make her pull up a bitch face or some shit. And then Spyro's like,
don't worry, Coco. I got into a battle with Cortex and managed to place the tracer on him before he got away. Good job, Spyro. We're getting a signal now. It seems their base is located in outer space.
Oh dear, I'm afraid that's out of reach.
Wait, I have an idea. Crash, if you can collect all 20 of the clear gems, I can fix this portal. I can fix this portal and allow you and Spyro to reach Ripto and Cortex's base. Then the two of you can put a stop to them for good.
Sounds like a plan. Are you up for it, Crash?
okay, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Wow. You got a new car, the engine.
It's funny how like Coco just like gives Crash shit for not putting a tracer on him, and it's like, couldn't you have done that yourself if you were aware of that knowledge? It's like, I'm not being funny, but if you know better, do it yourself. But you know, that's the way they structured this game, so like, it is what it is. Honestly, like, it's nothing to get. It's legit nothing. It's legit like it's nothing to make of. But you know, you get the picture. But anyways, now that we've already got the 20 gems that we were pretty much instructed to get, we can officially access the Homeworld Tech Park. So yeah, let's open up this electric gate. Now time to enter the fifth and final homeworld in this game, Tech Park. So yeah, it's not that deep. So yeah, it's not something deep to make a big thing out of, that's what I was meant to say. But yeah, we get the picture. So yeah, it's just past dialogue.
Good job, guys. We've made it to Ripto and Cortex's base. Go get him.
Literally just like one scene, not even that, literally just like one storyboard screen just to introduce the final world. Wow, the way I phased through that platform just then as well. Okay, so yeah, that takes us up to, what do you call it? That pretty much takes us up to more or less the first level within the final homeworld. So yeah, we're approaching the culmination to this game. Okay, so there's more down here. On top of that, we got a bonus round over there in addition. So let's pick up this card. So yeah, our Kraku's just like detecting more, what you call it. He's literally just like detecting more levels just to fly into. Okay, you got a new card, Copter Crash.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, pretty much the Spyro 2 100% level completion sound effect fanfare. Or the Spyro 2 100% level completion fanfare sound effect. Okay, so yeah, not a complex concept to grasp. Pretty simple. Yeah, pretty simple concept to grasp, pretty much. Okay, so we're not far off the mark here. Yeah, pretty simple concept to grasp. Alright, so the first proper level in this homeworld is Crash of the Controls. So let's unlock and enter this level. So it's the third and final chopper type level premise. Every single one of them requires you to destroy 25 of them. But I think the waves are like... I think there's more waves of them though. I think like it's just a larger quantity of them, that's what makes it harder per phase. I mean, not per phase, per homeworld. It's stupid though, like when you utilize the pull-up mechanic, you can't operate the helicopter, you can't move it up or down, and you can't shoot it either. Well, in this case, they actually have a mixture of both. At this point, they actually have a mixture of both red and orange parachute turrets that shoot. But the first one is literally a turret that shoots. Okay. Well, fucking up. Didn't even give me a chance to pull up. What a piss take. Yeah, sometimes you gotta get the ones with the shield in early, so therefore like... Because like, the later you leave them, the harder it is, and at this point, I presume like... Actually no, I don't presume because I can actually see it happening. Like, they're actually starting to put shields on the ones that shoot as well. So yeah, that's pretty fucked up. So yeah, now they're actually starting to protect the turrets that actually shoot as they parachute their way down. That was super fucking close. It's like they make it so you have to directly hit the parachute if they have the shield. It's like, there's no number of hits in order to like, you know, disable the shield. You literally have to aim for the parachute in order to take it out. You actually have to aim for the parachute in order to properly take it out. Yeah, sometimes you gotta be pretty quick in terms of like your movement as well, because you never know. And on top of that, like, you don't want too many of these turrets flooding the ground either, because then like, if you have too many on the ground, then you might end up, there's a high chance that you're gonna end up letting every single other turret pass that comes your way. Which then, you automatically fail the challenge as opposed to succeed the challenge. So yeah, you won't succeed the challenge, you'll fail the challenge like that. So yeah, you won't pass the challenge, you'll fail the challenge like that. Oh, super close. Okay, so 2 left. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, I literally just got a glitch where I blew up 25 of them. I literally just got a glitch where I took out... Okay, this is what happened. I literally just got a glitch where I took out 25 of them, but at the same time, one of them blew up my chopper. At the same time, I actually destroyed 25 of those parachute turrets. So like, the crystal popped up, like, in order to symbolize that I've completed the challenge, but the fact that the chopper exploded, it just couldn't process it. I don't know whether or not that's the way the game's programmed or not, but yeah, that's definitely a glitch. Because there's literally no point in having a crystal on the screen if it can't be collected. And also, if the character's dead, like, all the less reason to have the crystal. Also, if a chopper's been blown up, all the less reason for the crystal to pop up on the screen. Because how else is Crash gonna collect it with this specific type of gameplay premise? It's the way it was programmed, so like, we're just following that type of logic there. So yeah, for real. It's like, it's nothing else but a glitch, so yeah, apply some logic here. Okay, yeah, when you shoot the shield, that's when you fuck up. Because you want to aim for the top. You want to aim for the precipice of it where the actual parachute is as opposed to the turret. See, like at that point I couldn't even move the fucking chopper because I was too busy protecting Crash from, like, you know, from the turrets passing underneath him or from the turrets crashing into him. That was close. Partially clutched that one. Okay, can't relax too much. Okay, there we go. Just like that, we completed this level. We just picked up a crystal for Crash at the controls. Alright, so here we are. Let's enter the first bonus round of this homeworld. Okay, so this is the final free falling bonus round of the game. Let's jump in. Destroy all the crates. Okay, so this one is the most intense one out of all of them. And I'm not sure if the previous one had this one, but I presume unlike the previous two, there's at least one crate where Crash changes the colour of his sweatpants, or there's at least like one crate that changes the colour of Crash's sweatpants. I mean, I know they both mean the exact same thing, but I just structured, like, you know, the wording differently. That's the only difference. But yeah, we get the picture. Okay, that was close. Yeah, you can spin on the way. You can spin crates on the way down as well, as long as like they're actual proper crates and not like explosive crates such as TNT crates and nitro crates. Otherwise, of course, you're fucked. Just like that, this level's complete. But yeah, partially stumbled in mid-speech previously as well, but you know what, fuck it, shit happens. That's how this world works, shit happens, and we just gotta act accordingly. Okay, that was proper close. There's a crunch bonus round over there as well. Okay, there's the next level, bear with me. Okay, so let's jump into the second level of this homeworld. Let's unlock and enter, bear with me. Okay, now this one is actually pretty complex for what it's worth. I mean, the premise isn't hard, but like, in terms of its platforming though, like, it's proper complex, and I anticipate piss takes from this one for a fact. Plus, like, the fact that I even just lost my Aquaku mask just then is legit proof of that, because there are some points where you're actually gonna need the Aquaku mask for like a later point. Like, for example, when it's like really hard to jump between an explosive and a platform because of how much room you have on that specific platform in question. Okay, so we're approaching the end. Slowly but surely, it's taking its sweet time. Of course, hot tip or pro tip, you legit just wanna speed jump over those electric gates. Well, I say electric gates, but like, those electric constructions per se, that would be a more correct way of saying it. Although, it's a bit strange how they just put miscellaneous lab scientists. Although, like, in a way, it's a bit strange how they put the most miscellaneous lab assistants just pacing back and forth in these levels. It's like, they serve no real purpose there. Although I presume, like, you take damage from there, but I presume you take damage from them I presume you take damage from them if you just, like, you know, end up walking into them, but like, it's piss easy to like, jump onto them. So yeah, I presume like, that's the premise they went by, like, you jump into them in order to attack them, but if you don't jump into them as you approach them, you take damage. That's the premise they went with. But yeah, fuck it, I'm not taking that risk. Okay, I jumped early then, but I still made it. Okay, missed that crate, yeah, fuck that shit. The funny thing is, even getting the crates alone isn't that hard. You legit just gotta know where they are and just press the right buttons at the right time, that's all it is. So you don't even have to speed the entire way, you can just like let it play out and then just use like, and then only use the speed boost whenever you need to make a long jump or a high jump in order to access a specific platform, or at least like, you know, get across a long stretch of a platform per se. Okay, yeah, missed crates there, fuck that shit. I did anticipate piss takes, so yeah, there's that as well. Okay. Yeah, that was proper close. They pull a bit of trickery, deceit type bullshit. Yeah, right there I didn't utilise the speed boost just then in order to pull off that long plus high jump. So yeah, in this case you definitely need a mixture of both a long jump plus a high jump in order to access that platform. That's how it works. Okay, so I anticipated piss takes and cheap deaths, so you know, it is what it is. So gotta be really careful with your jumps. This is where it starts to get intense. They pull the most next level trickery deceit type bullshit with all these jumps and shit. Plus this chill music over here, legit, just like, it's priceless how like we have this chill music playing here, even though like the platforming premise itself, even though like the platforming predicaments themselves are like, you know, the polar opposite of it. Yeah, you can tell like that required a long jump. Okay, yeah, that definitely required a high jump. It's strange because like 9 times out of 10 you can't even get over that you legit can't get over that electronic construction without getting hit if you're just gonna pull off a regular jump. So like you have no choice but to initiate a speed boost if you wanna make it over those electronic constructions without taking damage. Okay, for some reason the speed boost cancelled out my jump mechanic. It's so weird, like, for whatever unknown reason, the speed boost cancelled out my jump input mechanic. There are some proper close calls in these platforms, especially in the narrow ones. It's always the later jumps that are the kicker. Okay, see all this trickery deceit type bullshit. Although I presume that might have been a bit of a later jump than normal. So yeah, it wasn't conventionally executed at the right time. But yeah, that was pretty much the case. It just wasn't that. So yeah, that's pretty much the case. Man, the way through fucks you over sometimes. So yeah, that's pretty much the case. It just wasn't conventionally the right time. So yeah, that's pretty much the case. It just wasn't conventionally executed at the right time. Wait. Speaking of not being unconventionally executed at the right time, yeah, that was that was an unconventional outcome right there. Okay, come on, let's pull this off. Yeah, pretty much. I anticipated that, so like, I just figured, because I lost my Akwaku Master, I figured I'd just like, you know, throw that part for content. That was close, somewhat. But I didn't even need to jump that much. Okay, I was legit like 1 pixel away from that fucking nitro crate. Okay, we're getting there. Just random miscellaneous lab assistant pacing back and forth over there. So yeah, it's not just a platforming test, it's also an Akwaku Mask preservation test on top of that. How long can you keep the Akwaku Mask for? Yeah, cause some jumps are just fucking stupid. That's a fact. Okay, we're at the home stretch, people. Let's fucking go. We picked up both the crystal and the gem. So bear with me. Okay, so I'm gonna jump into that bonus round now. Okay, so now for the final Crunch Bandicoot bonus round. Crash, I'm sure you can stop Cortex and Ripto. How about one last test of your strength first? Okay, let's fucking go, let's do this shit. Okay, now for the final Crunch Bandicoot weightlift bonus round. And now we're lifting weights in the space station, which is pretty cool. I actually like this sort of aesthetic, for what it's worth. It's a really good place, for what it's worth. You got a new card, Crunch. Okay, so just like that, we've officially completed every single one of the Crunch Bandicoot Weightlift bonus round levels. Alright, so that's all of them complete. And we got Moneybags shop over here. Oh yeah, this is the fucking spinning wheel shop and all. We don't even need that much, to be honest. I've just opened up the shop here in the tech park. Come on in. Okay, I don't know how many times I'm gonna play spin the wheel game, but fuck it. $235 Wumpa Fruit, man, the stakes are higher. Oh, fuck off. 264, even higher. That was proper fucking epic. 264 Wumpa Fruit, that is proper fucking solid. But yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's like the premise they went for. Like, you know, the deeper into the game you are in terms of, like, you know, home worlds, the higher the value of each of the sections are in the spinning wheel shop. But of course, the higher the cost is to spin the wheel on top of that, so it's like, it's literally a give and take situation there. I don't know whether to call it a win-win situation or a lose-lose situation, but if it plays out in your favour, then it's presumably a win-win situation. $24 Wumpa Fruit, pretty minor, but still. It's one below the cost. This one, to spin this wheel, it's fucking 25 Wumpa Fruit. 90 Wumpa Fruit though, that's pretty decent still. But I secured 90 Wumpa Fruit. Oh, I got a card this time. You win. For a red gem card. Gem red card. I don't know whether or not... Oh wait, like that's the clear gem, but as a red card, yeah, I get the picture. It's the same case when I got, like, you know, gem green card, because like technically it's the clear gem, but with a green card. Yeah, technically it's a clear gem, but plastered on a green card. Alright, let's go. Okay, so we got the hoverbike crash card. I swear, like, the hoverbike crash card is literally like, you know, that space motorcycle that Crash flies on whenever he's like, whenever you play that specific death path within Crash Bandicoot XS. Yes, I know, they call it Crash Bandicoot The Huge Adventure in the US, which is also a cool title, I gotta admit. $213 Wumpa Fruit. That's a jackpot right there. Okay, we got fuck all out of that one. Okay, so we got Carpet Crash card. $122 Wumpa Fruit. That's legendary. I don't want to spend too long in this card shop though, I legit just want to like finish the game. Just want to complete a game. Okay, I got the freeze crate card. That's pretty cool. $275 Wumpa Fruit, that's fucking sick. That is a fucking jackpot right there. 275 Wumpa Fruit, let's fucking go. 289, fucking hell, that's almost 300. Kart race crash card. Okay, that's a good win, not gonna lie. Okay, crash crate card. I swear I might have gotten that one already. 270, man, that's sick. Oh, fuck off. That 275 Wumpa Fruit should have been... That 275 Wumpa Fruit should have been mine. You can go fuck yourself. Oh, fuck off twice, bro. Okay, 18 Wumpa Fruit. Pretty pointless since it costs 25 Wumpa Fruit to spin the wheel in the first place, so... yeah, there's that. We're at a crossroads there. $281 Wumpa Fruit. That's what you call an epic comeback. I could potentially get like 3,000 at least. 19 on Wumpa Fruit. I have to admit, like, for what it's worth, that's actually pretty good. Even though it's not as big as the maximum, like, the values of the Wumpa Fruit are actually pretty good in this one. $268. Now we're getting the picture. Okay, 76 Wumpa Fruit, that's reasonable. We got the Cobra card, pretty cool. We got the exclamation mark box card. Interesting. Okay, so we got the gem on the blue card. Okay, so we got a clear gem blue card per se. Alright, let's spin. I could have done with that 241 per fruit. Okay, 72 Wumpa Fruit, not bad. Could have been better, but not bad. Man, it would... the over 200 outcome would have been better, but anyways, this is a different game. It's a different outcome. Okay, 72 is still pretty decent. 133 would have been preferable, but I'll take it. Oh, fuck off, mate. 199 Wumpa Fruit, that's literally one below 200. Are you taking the piss? Fucking hell, overshot 251, although 78 ain't bad, to be fair. Oh, fuck off. Come on, we got this. 199 Wumpa Fruit, virtually 200 Wumpa Fruit. Alright, come on, we got this. $98 Wumpa Fruit, okay, pretty decent. That's virtually 100 Wumpa Fruit, just two below. Just too short of 100, but still decent. Okay, 62 Wumpa Fruit, that's not bad. That's a piss take, but at the same time, so is that blue square with the 13 Wumpa Fruit. What the fuck's that all about? Compared to the orange square that had like Wumpa Fruit in its 200s. Like, fucking hell. Oh, piss off. $150 Wumpa Fruit, now we're talking. 254, can we make it? Nope, but we got a card though. Oh, we got the Hoverbike Crash card. Oh, we already got this one, so yeah, that's a repeating card. Alright, Kart Race Crash card. Yep, another repeating card. $174 Wumpa Fruit though. That's a comeback. That's a pretty epic comeback. Plus, we're almost on 3,000 Wumpa Fruit at this point. We got a slot box card, which is pretty cool. Don't know whether or not I got that one previously, but fuck it. $83 Wumpa Fruit. Pretty decent. 3011, that's pretty good. That's a decent amount of Wumpa Fruit. $23 Wumpa Fruit. That's pretty solid. Ended up at 3009. After that spin, we got fuck all. Here we go again with the fuck all outcome. $10 Wumpa Fruit, even though it's worth fuck all. 10 Wumpa Fruit, even though it's worth fuck all. Right, let's go. Fuck all. Okay, I apologize for dealing with, well, I apologize for, okay people, I sincerely apologize for having to deal with yet another pointless interruption, but yeah. That's the way it is. Yeah, this is just being a piss take. Fucking hell, you had to land on the blue, didn't you? 23 Wumpa fruit. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? $127 Wumpa fruit, finally. An orange sector outcome. $291 Wumpa fruit, let's fucking go. Okay, 3,235 Wumpa fruit, I reckon that's a decent point to end it on. Okay, so don't want to spend that much more time inside the spinning wheel shop. Allow having your pockets getting milked dry by shit like that. Just like fuck it completely. Oh no wait, this is the way back. It'd fuck me over otherwise. I knew there was Wumpa fruit around here somewhere. Okay, so we're definitely getting close to the next level. Okay, so let's just ditch the shop completely. It's not worth it. Yeah, there's no point passing through there. Okay, so we got a crate. Okay, so we got the final crate smash bonus round in the tech park as well. So yeah, no time at the present to enter it. Okay, let's enter this bonus round. No time at the present. Destroy all the crates. Everything is like ridiculously precise. What the fuck? Come on! How do you fuck up something so simple like that? Legit. Oh wait, I think that was a bit too much airtime. Yeah, I didn't even need to double jump then. Would've wasted time. Okay, that was fucking stupid. Just overshot the TNT crate. That's just it, like one slip up you're fucked. Okay, we made it, people. Okay, so just like that, that's the final crate smash bonus round complete. Man, we're doing decent. What the fuck? Okay. That was cheap. Okay, so this will take us to the final electric gate that we open up in order to approach the final boss fight, which, by the way, strangely enough, only requires 25 crystals. And not 25 gems on top of that. Okay, so that's pretty much it. these enemies practically have like no purpose in the homeworld, although like I understand like from an element of challenge point of view, but at the same time it's like some of them are pretty much like a fish out of water because like they just don't fit the premise per se. So yeah, it's practically like, you know, a fish out of water premise. Or some people would like to say it's also a fart in the lift premise because it doesn't even need to be there. But anyways, let's progress on to the next level, Tech Deflect. So let's unlock and enter Tech Deflect. Time to jump in. Okay, so this is the final one of the crash board type of minigame concepts that they put in place. This has always been a fun premise. So it turns out like it only registers, the ball only registers hitting like, you know, the cart itself whenever it's like, I knew that shit was like fucking Space Invaders because if it touches you, you're fucking dead. Because if one of the enemies touch you, they literally kill you. So like it's literally a mixture of Crash Ball, Space Invaders and Breakout. That's precisely what it's a mixture of, and it's an interesting premise. What the fuck, come on. It doesn't take 10 years to fucking deflect a ball, and on top of that, it's not that complex to do either. Although interestingly enough, it only registers that these magnetic balls only hit your cart. Interestingly enough, it only registers that these magnetic balls actually hit your cart whenever they hit the front part of it, whereas like if they were to hit the sides, they would pass right through it. So like, it's not a complete faithful recreation, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, it has to hit the front part of it, otherwise it will just phase right through it. It won't ricochet, it will just phase right through it. Okay, I presume this is the final one. It's funny because this isn't even hard, it's just like slight piss takes. Okay, that lab assistant is piss easy to defeat. Interesting how, like, you know, the lab assistants are the only type of enemies over here that are Crash Bandicoot related enemies, like as in enemies from the Crash Bandicoot universe, whereas the rest are like Riptox and Rhinox from Spyro. So yeah, it's pretty much another one of those fish out of water type premises, but in terms of an enemy this time. Actually, no, it's the exact same premise, because like, the lab assistants were a fish out of water inside, like, what do you call it, in Bear With Me, with the ones that pace back and forth and all that shit. But anyways, that aside, Tech Deflect is officially complete. So yeah, just like that, we've completed Tech Deflect with the Power Crystal. Okay, so we're approaching the precipice of this game right here. Tank you come again. Oh, that's the tank level for this game. I mean the tank level for this homeworld. Okay, so we'll be approaching the final boss fight shortly. I don't even need to collect the one fruit anymore. I literally don't. I'm just doing this shit for fun. Okay, that was super close. Okay, so we're getting there, people. Okay, people, here we are with the next level. Thank you, come again. Interesting, like, it's funny, like, the types of names that they give these levels. Okay, now let's unlock Thank You, Come Again. Time to unlock and then to Thank You, Come Again and jump into the level. The final tank level of the game, which takes place in the space station. Take these motherfuckers out. But at this point, when they introduce the next peril that they introduced in this one, which is also the final one, is that like when you pass over this light, it literally initiates an airstrike where like these bombs just fall out in a pattern, and then you just gotta like outrun the pattern of bombs that follow your every move. So yeah. For example, they're pretty much like missile bombs, pretty much. So it's like an airstrike of missile bombs that you have to outrun in order to like, you know, ensure your own safety per se, and then just like escape the airstrike. Alright, so making progress to shoot those nitro crates. Nice ricochet shot. Took out that tank in the process. I blew up that tank in the process. Okay. Okay, wait, let me double check for more crates. This type of music though was always intense. Wait, I've already been up there, haven't I? Yeah, we can't really access anything over here, I've already been up here. But you can shoot this tank from here though, I presume. No, you can't, I don't think you can. Unless I ricochet it. Perfect. That's almost like a silent takeout there. Some people are probably gonna say that Crash Bandicoot is practically giving Splinter Cell a run for its money. It's like, where's Sam Fisher when you need him? But you know, we have Crash Bandicoot filling in for him. Who needs Sam Fisher when you got Crash Bandicoot? He knows how to operate a tank like a boss. No, real talk though, Splinter Cell's a great franchise, no cap. Nice ricochet shot. It's funny how I took out the one on the right when I was aiming to take out the one on the left. That ricochet pretty much worked in my favour. So yeah, there's pretty much nothing else up here. I'm just gonna exhaust that airstrike just there. Just let it play out. What the fuck? Okay, I didn't reverse into that. I took damage to it even though I didn't reverse into it, and I was practically outside of its hitbox as well. Even though I was pretty close to it, I don't think I was directly inside it. Okay, let's exhaust this fucking shit. Fuck off, airstrike. Piss off! Okay, here we go. You know, I'm just gonna exhaust that airstrike. Can fuck right off. That's such a piss take though. The way it just took me out like that. The way it just took out my tank like that. It's like, it got me at such a fucking cheap shot on the map. Like, no cap. double kill and the nitro crate's just there. It is pretty strange though how you can't, like, you know, kill them from a long range. Okay, blew that one up with a ricochet shot. It's funny because the exact same thing happened that happened the previous time actually panned out the exact same way, but in opposite directions. Initially I actually took out the fucking, initially on the previous attempt I was aiming to take out, I was actually aiming towards taking out the one on the left and ended up taking out the one on the right instead. And on this current attempt that just took place, I was aiming to take out the one on the right and ended up taking out the one on the left. So yeah, it's funny how polar opposite outcomes play out like that. That was close as fuck. It was like a pixel away from me. I almost got shot by that fucking son of a bitch. Okay, yeah. That one can fuck right off, even though I don't think that was the one that killed me previously. So yeah, to my personal recollection, this is a secret area. Well, not necessarily a secret area, but it's just a section of the map that's not part of the main path. So yeah. Fuck that tank. I took him out before he even had the opportunity to turn around and attack me in the process. Fuck off, mate. Okay, so it's more than about time. Again, it's cool how, like, you don't accidentally fall off the map. It's good that they program it so you don't accidentally, like, fall off the map just because, like, there's scenery in order to, like, you know, because there's scenery to simulate that there's that, you know, you're actually on higher ground. And there's, like, just to emulate the scenery, or not even emulate, but simulate the premise of a pitfall there. So, like, it would have been the most pointless pitfall to create. On that we got the crystal there already. The crystal's already there waiting for us to pick it up. All we gotta do is just destroy the rest of the crates and pick up a gem. Yeah, I'm just gonna take out that tank, fuck it. I knew there's another crate here. Fuck it. Just like that, we got the gem, and oh yeah, the gem appears on this side as opposed to next to the crystal in this map. Okay, fuck it. Let's exit this level and pick up the crystal and the gem. Just like that, we've completed Tank You Come Again, with both the crystal plus the gem, which means we've only got one level left. Yep, people, we are definitely approaching the final stretch here. The culmination, Back to the Future. Okay, I'll unlock that in a bit. Nothing like a quick stroll around the tech park. Why? Just because we can. Because Crash Bandicoot's a fucking boss. Plus, there's nothing like collecting Wumpa fruit. Almost on 3,200. I mean, almost on 3,300. But then again, not like it matters, since this is just an any percent completion playthrough technically. Even though, like, I'm going for all the crystals and the gems just for fun. Okay, so that's pretty much the entirety of Tech Park almost complete. We've almost cleaned it up completely. Okay, so I presume that must be it. Okay people, here we are with the final... Okay people, so here we are with the final level. Back to the Future. Time to unlock and enter Back to the Future, the final level of the game. Let's jump in. I was close. Phone was being a bit stupid just then, but fuck it. Alright. I like the pun that they made for this game. Like they're sort of referencing... I like the pun that they made for the level. I like the pun that they made for the level of this... For the name of this level. Why can't I fucking talk for shit right now? Seriously. Man, it just fucks me up putting commentary just like... When live commentary just like trips you up out of nowhere. So yeah, as I was saying, I like what they did with the name of the level. They legit just like... Fucking hell, it's like... I don't know what it is, but like, either like... My stomach, my throat, or my gag reflexes, or what the fuck ever, just decided to randomly play up and made like a big ass boof sound or some shit. But yeah, what the fuck ever. You know, things have a funny way of playing out. Oh yeah, of course, don't miss that crate in the process either. Okay, yeah, it's easy to get fucked over by shit, but whatever. Alright, let's progress. So yeah, I liked what they did with the name of this level, Back to the Future. They legit just like reference the film Back to the Future, just for fun, and like they made it into a pun that references the film Back to the Future. But Crash is just like riding on the back just because, you know, they just wanted to be funny. Vicarious Visions just wanted to have a laugh. Blow up the fucking nitro, jeez. What the fuck's it gonna take? I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Okay, yeah, I was pretty close to the nitro crates, I'll admit that. I flew pretty close to those two nitro crates there. Anyways, we fucking move. Oh, shouldn't have hit that back then. Wow, like, that stupid moment where it takes Crash Bandicoot 10 years to shoot through a fucking gap. Are you taking the piss? Wow, that was close. I almost took damage from that. I was so close to the bat just then. Oh my days, just shoot the fucking nitro, bro. Or more like bomb the fucking nitro. Okay. I'm gonna level view people. I actually remember this level being hard as a kid, so yeah. Expect piss takes. So it doesn't surprise me that I'm having piss takes right now because I do remember this being a hard level for a fact. yeah, and that's just half of it part of it is tactics, part of it is trickery, deceit type bullshit that you've just got to navigate yourself through. Okay, that fucked me over. It'll take how many attempts possible? Took its sweet time. Piss take. Okay, let's put ourselves to work. The way it just slows down the gameplay in the process. It's like it legit can't process that much happening on screen. Just Game Boy Advance limitations. There's nothing like your Game Boy Advance performance limitations. There's nothing like your quintessential Game Boy Advance performance limitations. Let's put it that way. Okay, slowly but surely, and I got fucked over just then. Okay, let's put this into action. Perfect. That was pretty solid. It's like peril after peril with this one. It's like they've certainly, you know, pumped up the pressure with all these perils. Okay, what a sacrifice. Talk about pumping up the pressure. The moment when the missile just hits the roof, it's kinda nuts. Like, once again, that was pretty close. Okay, let's proceed with caution. That was a sick triple shot right there. That was close. Almost missed that crate up top just then. Part of the trick is to follow the Wumpa Fruit, but of course, at some points, they put Wumpa Fruit in the most fucked up places possible, to the point where like, it sort of tricks you into going down a path where you think is going to be safe, but turns out to be dangerous. Next level trickery deceit type bullshit. Okay, let's fucking go. We've officially completed the final level within the game. Just like that, we've completed Back to the Future with both the crystal plus the gem. Okay, so now with that being the case, let's unlock the Okay, now with that officially being the case, let's unlock the electricity gate with... Okay people, now that we've... Okay people, now with that being officially the case... Okay, let me just structure this properly. Okay people, now that... Oh, electricity gates, watch out. Okay people, now with that officially being the case, let's unlock the gate that takes us towards the final boss fight. Seriously man, just to like say something straightforward, it pisses me off when your train of thought just like fucks you up. Like it pisses me off so much to no end. Okay, anyways, apart from that, let's proceed. So yeah, pretty much one last stroll in Tech Park before the final boss fight. One last epic stroll in Tech Park for the Bandicoot. Okay people, we're practically on the home stretch right now. The final boss by the way, the final boss by the way is actually quite piss easy. It's like, it takes practically nothing to defeat the final boss fight. Wow, almost on 300 Wumpa Fruit as well. Well, almost on 3,300 Wumpa Fruit as well. What an interesting turn of events. Okay, yeah, so let's go back up. Yeah, I just figured I'd double check just in case. So let's go back up. Okay people, we're approaching the culmination of this adventure. Okay, now let's unlock the gate that takes us to the final boss fight within the game. So the final boss fight is where Crash Bandicoot fights up against Dr. Neo Cortex and Ripto in Space Chase. So yeah people, no time like the present, and also no time to be getting out your portable console to be playing games. It's time to jump into the final boss fight.
You're finished, Ripto, and you too, Cortex.
Ah, Spyro and Crash. I can't believe you've made it this far. Ah, Crash and Spyro, I can't believe you've made it this far. No matter, this is where it ends.
Prepare for defeat. This time I mean it.
So technically both Crash and Spyro are fighting, but in this case, like, we're still playing as Crash, so yeah, we just defeat him. This is simple enough because literally all you do is just shoot the crate that they have. And at this point, like, you just shoot the arms, like, either without getting hit or at least, like, before you max out on all your health. I don't even know what those... I don't know what his arms are supposed to be made out of. They're sort of like, what you call it? They look like kegs of some type, or like... They look like fucking waste barrels or whatever the fuck they're supposed to be. Oh yeah, and their arms, they look like Beyblades. Well, their hands, they look like Beyblades. Oh, that was close as fuck. Yeah man, just gotta shoot his arm. That's all it takes. That was close. Just like that, I've piss easily defeated them. It's funny because, like, it almost reminds me of the Dr. Engine boss fight. And it doesn't remind me of a particular variant though, it just reminds me of, like, the engine boss fight in general across, like, every single Crash Bandicoot game. Or at least the ones where you're in space, like Crash 2 and 3. Because in Crash to Insanity, he's, like, up on an airship in a ring. Oh yeah, it reminds me of a Crash Bandicoot XS one as well, because you fight engine in, well, not in space, but in the sky, like approaching space. But yeah, anyways, we get the picture now. Anyways, with that being the case, we finally completed the game. So yeah, this is pretty much the 80% completion precipice culmination of Crash Bandicoot Fusion. So yeah, let's jump onto the dialogue now. Spyro's like,
We did it!
hopefully we won't be hearing from those two again, but if the chase ever arrives... Oh wait, I think he said case. Hopefully we won't be hearing from those two ever again, but if the case ever arrives...
You can count on me and Sparks to help out.
Great! A brave dragon like you is a great asset as a friend. Right, Crash? 100%. Crash is like, wow! And cue the credits sequence, people. With literally Crash and Spyro side by side, just chilling. It's kind of funny though. It's pretty priceless though, the way they structured that screenshot, or like the way they structured that render. It legit looks like Crash put Spyro in a headlock or some shit. It looks priceless as fuck. But yeah, nah, for real, it's a wholesome team up nonetheless. Interestingly enough, like, it's a cool looking credits sequence. It's a cool looking caption, well not caption, but it's a cool looking background screenshot for the credits roll screen on top of that. So anyways, yeah, that's the end of the game. Although interestingly enough, there's like two different versions of a credits screen, which, by the way, like, if you play the credits from the main menu, it plays the exact same credits roll, but the background is literally the main menu background screen and not this particular screen that you see from completing the game. So in a way, I figured Vicarious Visions sort of did this as like a completion type of aspect. So I presume Vicarious Visions actually did this as some type of, you know, in-game completion type of premise which they put in place. So anyways, yeah, Crash Bandicoot Fusion has been a lot of fun, but it doesn't end there. You're gonna find out soon enough. Okay, I don't know whether or not, like, I muted my mic when that happened, but yeah. I don't know whether or not I muted my mic, like, during, like, you know, the final boss fight sequence, but if so, then yeah. I sincerely apologize about that. But yeah, I just clocked it. But then, like, it'll just have to be what it'll be, so yeah, it's still been fun regardless. So yeah, anyways, the epic culmination of this game is taking place. Okay, now that's officially the end of it. Alright, so upon completing the final boss fight, you got a new card, Entropy. Da, 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 da. Okay, so on top of that, there's actually another platform that we jumped down to over here. Which, by the way, ended up missing for practically no reason whatsoever. That was stupid as fuck. Although I could have accessed it from there, but anyways, this is a nice wholesome ending to it. Okay, so as a result, we got a new card, Tech Park. Alright, so that's that complete. We can finally put an end to the culmination of this game. Okay, 3,301 per fruit, we got it. Nothing like one last stroll. Nothing like one final stroll around Tech Park. Just for the fun of it. It's just been one per fruit heist after the other. That's what it's been, that's legit what it's been. No cap. So yeah, I don't know whether or not my mic was muted the entirety of, like, you know, that whole completion sequence, but yeah, it's been crazy. It's been insane. But yeah, pretty much it reminds me of, like, the engine boss fights, pretty much. And I mean, like, across every single Crash Bandicoot game. So it was a piss easy boss fight, regardless. So yeah, 3,321 one per fruit. Okay, so that's pretty much that covered. Well, okay, triple free. 3,331 per fruit, that's pretty decent. If I got free, it would have been like a triple free, but you know what, fuck it. But I don't even remember whether I got those one per fruit there. Oh wait, there's two more. Nah, fuck it. But now for I prefer it to be a round number. But anyways, yeah, it's pretty much just content over here. I don't know whether or not I ended up... Okay, fuck it. Okay, this is super fucked up. But yeah, anyways, people, definitely hope you had fun watching this live stream. By the way, it's not over yet, and you'll see why in just a bit. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Oh, there's more one per fruit here, interesting. Okay. I'll just drop here. Okay, so 3,330 for Wumpa Fruit. Okay, so that's pretty much what we end up with. But apart from that, that's pretty much the end of it. Okay, there's still a bit more to come after this. I know we've been live for like over 6 hours now. Honestly, it doesn't take that long to complete Crash Bandicoot Fusion either, especially like without the card shops. It would typically take like roughly less than half an hour. Not even less than half an hour, less than half, what do you call it? So yeah, that's the death pit right there. Doesn't matter, I'll just get like roughly 330 now. I'll just call it. So anyways, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say, yeah, it doesn't take that long to complete Crash Bandicoot Fusion if you just want to complete it any percent and like, you know, you want to skip all the shops. Roughly, it would pretty much take roughly either an hour and a half or 2 hours or so to like complete the game any percent if you're just like, you know, playing it casually. But of course, like, it is possible to complete the game 100%, or at least 104%, or at least 104%, as like you, or at least like 104% in terms of the game's overall completion percentage. In pretty much an hour and a half. So yeah, it's possible to complete the game 100% in an hour and a half as well, if you're actually speedrunning the game. But if you're playing it casually, like, it might take a bit longer. And it will definitely take a lot longer, because I'm just doing this for fun. So this doesn't really take a lot, to be fair. No, it's been fun playing Crash Bandicoot Fusion for what it's worth. For what it has to offer. Because like, the game itself definitely like had a lot of concepts. It's interesting if like, you know, if they actually brought back concepts from this game into future games, that would have been really cool. Cause yeah, even though these games didn't critically do well, from like their reputation and like, you know, the standpoint of their sales, I apologize for that, but my throat decided to be a prick once again. But then again, since when has that been used? Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much the case here. So yeah, even though it didn't do as well commercially, it's still got potential for what it's worth. That's what it's like. Any game has potential as long as it's, you know, any game has like got potential as long as it's, you know, concept to like, you know, actually fun to play. And they're like, you know, actually properly entertaining in the process. So yeah, people, I apologize for this back and forth journey premise, but you know. Well, there's nothing to really apologise for. I'm just like getting up to a certain number of 1.3 just for fun. Okay, so that'll be a good place to end it on, pretty much, for what it's worth. Honestly, like, it'd be great to, like, you know, bring back some concepts from this game because it's been super fun for what it's worth. Okay, so if anyone has like any childhood experience of Crash Bandicoot Fusion, feel free to point out in the chat. I know the chat's been like pretty chill at this point. I presume people are just like kicking back. And yeah, and also feel free to do so because it's like everyone's just here to have fun after all. So yeah, I didn't have anyone guest commentating this part, but like, it's alright. It's calm still. Yeah, I keep forgetting where to... It's so stupid, I keep forgetting like where the fucking... You know... I keep forgetting where the actual pitfalls are. Fucking hell, see, there we go again. But yeah, I'm pretty much done with the main adventure. Not really like... I'm just legit just like strolling around and then just... And then just getting a certain number of 1.3. Fucking hell. Yeah, you know people, it is what it is. So yeah, for the game that's pretty much like, what you call it. So this pretty much culminates the 6th gen era of the, for like, you know, the Game Boy Advance games at least. Because technically Crash of the Titans is from the 7th generation if we're like talking, you know, mainline console generation wise. Especially since like at that point, you know, they stopped, like pretty much companies stopped publishing Crash Bandicoot games on the original Xbox, and then they just like decided to put it on the Xbox 360 instead, as it was like the next generation for that platform. But interestingly enough though, they didn't put Titans on PS3. So yeah, interestingly enough, they didn't put Crash of the Titans or Crash Mind Over Mutant on PS3, so like, it's pretty unconventional. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. fuck, okay. So it's definitely been interesting for how like the game itself panned out. Honestly, like I think Robert's here'd get like more of a, what do you call it, nostalgia. You definitely get nostalgic about Tech Park, that's for sure. But now like I'm pretty much like just trying to get like, I'm just trying to remember more concepts. That's why I'm sort of like, you know, playing like this in a way. So anyways, yeah, just like making more content in order to make for more discussion pretty much. That's all it is. Okay, so, wow, that was close. I was gonna say, that's a bit off. Don't know where the other Wumpa fruit was, but fuck it. But yeah, no, people, it's not rocket science. So yeah, I don't know if anyone else is like invested in this, but like Spyro Fusion is also like kind of interesting for what it's worth. I mean, debatably it's easier, debatably it's harder, but like it just depends what experience you have with like both games. I definitely have a lot of experience with this game, so I definitely like say that I don't find this game as hard as I used to. Because like, in comparison to back then, like I have pretty much a better handle on these mini games now. Because back in the day, they used to be like so hard to complete. At least the later ones. Okay, let's just get out of here. Okay people, so yeah, that should pretty much be like pretty much the end of the Crash Bandicoot Fusion portion of the live stream. So yeah, it's definitely been a fun stream to do. However, it's not over yet people, there's still more content to come for this stream. So yeah, it's only a matter of time. So I hope everyone's had fun watching Crash Bandicoot Fusion, but of course, there's still more content to come. And by that, and what I mean by that, well, you're just about to find out soon enough. No time like the present. Okay, so You people remember the Crash Party. Okay, so for those of you who are watching the previous livestream, as in like the Crash Bandicoot, or as in like, you know, the Crash Nitro Kart portion of the livestream series, you remember that Crash Party fan game that was played? Well, not Crash Party fan game, but that Crash Party game that was like sort of a hidden Easter egg within the Game Boy Advance version of Crash Nitro Kart. What you're about to see, pretty much more or less the same premise of that, or basically the exact same premise, but anyways, you get the picture. But you'll basically see the exact same thing, but with a number of differences. Anyways, that's enough of that. We'll get the picture, let's just proceed. Here we are, people. So you remember the Crash Party fan game? Well, the Crash Party minigame Easter egg. Well, as a matter of fact, Crash Bandicoot Fusion contains pretty much the exact same game, but in this case, it's a Spyro Party game, which in a way, they did that as like a crossover to Spyro the Dragon, and as a matter of fact, Spyro Fusion actually contains the Crash Party Easter egg minigame within Spyro Fusion itself. As a matter of fact, Spyro Fusion actually contains the Crash Party minigame hidden, that was originally hidden in Crash Nitro Kart when you actually, you know, boot the game up by holding both the left and right triggers. By holding the left and right trigger buttons. It's the exact same here. It's the exact same case here in Crash Bandicoot Fusion. So yeah, with Crash Bandicoot Fusion, we get the game Spyro Party if we hold both left and right trigger buttons, whereas if you play Spyro Fusion and you hold the left and right trigger buttons, you get the Crash Party fan game. Well, not fan game, you get the, if you hold the left and right triggers while booting up. So yeah, if you hold the left and right triggers while booting up Crash Bandicoot Fusion, you get the Spyro Party Easter egg game, whereas like if you boot up Spyro Fusion while holding down the left and right triggers, you get the Crash Party Easter egg game. So it's pretty much the exact same rhythm based game, but with just a bunch of sprite swaps pretty much. That's literally all it is. Apart from that, the gameplay premise is exactly the same. The only things that remain the same is the gameplay premise, plus you still see Cortex popping in and out of the screen, and Crash is basically replaced with Spyro, and Spyro has his like, and of course the Crash Party text is replaced with a Spyro Party text, which of course like the Crash Party text, which was in its original font, within its like original Crash Bandicoot font, was replaced with a Spyro Party text that's within its original Spyro font, within its original Spyro the Dragon font. So yeah, you're gonna see this take place. Alright, so yeah, pretty much there's no time like the present. So yeah, I'm pretty much gonna have more or less the same amount of fun as I had last time, and as I had last time when I was playing the Crash Party game within the Game Boy Advance version of Crash Nitro Kart. So yeah, like Crash Bandicoot Fusion and Spyro Fusion pretty much have the same type of vice versa type hidden minigame premise going on per se. So yeah, let's play the game. Okay, round 1, session 1, let's go. So it's the exact same premise where we just like move a circle up and down and we press each button accordingly for whichever one appears up. I don't know how the fuck that fucked up, but yeah, good job, 2 out of 3 moves. So it's literally just Spyro dancing on the island as opposed to Crash, and Entrance is replaced by Ripto. As you can see though, the button sprites themselves are actually different. Because, the button sprites are different. Good job, 6 out of 6 moves. But yeah, the button sprites are different because you can see the perspective is that like they sort of look more 3D, so this is like a partial updated version of the game. But you know, for an Easter egg minigame, it's not going to take that much. Like, of course they're not going to put that much, it's not going to take that much precedence over like, you know, the actual games themselves. Okay, good job, 9 out of 10 moves. You got a gem. Yeah, and in this case, you win gems as opposed to crystals. So round 2, session 1. Although for like the Crash Party game within Spyro Fusion is literally the exact same version used in Crash Nitro Kart for the Game Boy Advance, so yeah, you can tell. And like, even the opening sequence makes it even more obvious. Okay, good job, 6 out of 6 moves. Round 2, session 2. Okay, so even the opening sequence of this game makes it even more obvious that, you know, it was literally built on top of the Crash Party game, especially since it literally references both Spyro and Crash within like the opening credits during the opening sequence of the game itself. Okay, good job, 10 out of 10 moves. Because it's literally same island, same background, same premise where like the screen flashes red if you press a button at the most like unprecedented times possible. So there may come a point in time where I might play these games again just for the fun of it. But it really depends. Okay, good job, 14 out of 14 moves. You got a gem. Okay, that's round 2 done. So I've completed both round 1 and round 2 at this point. Right now we're literally just chilling. So people, it's still Crash Bandicoot Fusion. This is literally just a hidden minigame. Good job, 9 out of 10 moves. So yeah, just like in Crash Nitro Kart, we have this hidden minigame. I don't know whether or not like any of the other Spyro games actually have, you know, this Spyro Party minigame hidden within them. As in like for the Game Boy Advance. I don't know whether any of the other releases for the Spyro the Dragon Game Boy Advance games actually contain this particular Spyro minigame. This particular Spyro Party minigame, but you know. For those that know, feel free to point it out. This is proper intense. It gets even more intense for later you jump in. So you almost fucked that up. Well, at least I managed to secure the right amount of moves, so yeah, that was pretty solid. Good job, 16 out of 18 moves, you got a gem. Round 4, session 1. Alright, that's the first 3 rounds complete. They even used the same fucking tracks as well. You can tell, like, all they did was just replace some stuff. It's literally just a sprite swap of the Crash Party game. And of course in the US it's called Spyro Party USA as well. But you know, it is interesting though, how this is even a thing. Good job, 16 out of 18 moves. Round 4, session 3. Let's go, let's fucking go. Precise button mashing. Precise button tapping. Wow, cool, I actually got all 22 moves. Good job, 22 out of 22 moves, you got a gem. Okay, let's progress on to round 5. These get even harder and harder. You can tell this is like a partial remix to the bonus round theme tune from both Crash Bandicoot XS and Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. Good job, 12 out of 14 moves. Round 5, session 2. Come on, let's go. So yeah, this pretty much ends off the game. This is pretty much the livestream's culmination right here. Okay, we are making progress. Round 5, session 3. This certainly requires concentration. You can see they're already thrown in directional buttons at this point. Good job, 21 out of 22 moves, you got a gem. Alright, that's that. Yep, it's nothing like a party up in here. Good job, 19 out of 22 moves. They really get intense. Good job, 24 out of 24 moves. That was pretty solid. Okay, round 3, here we go. Okay, the screen flashed red for some unknown reason. I mean, I know I pressed a button, but like, not at an unconventional time. Like, you know, because it literally just started. I mean, like, that round literally just started, so like, there's no reason for the screen to flash red, but what the fuck ever. Okay, good job, you got 27 out of 28 moves. You got a gem. Okay, round 7. Getting on to the higher rounds now. This music still slaps, man, for real. Good job, 21 out of 22 moves. Okay, are we gonna finish this? Yeah, because I presume this has like 10 rounds, just like the Crash Bandicoot party game. But yeah, this is just as fun as Crash Party. I'm literally playing the same game, it's literally just a sprite swap. Because like, it literally uses that game as a base, but just swaps the sprites over. It makes sense because, plus it makes sense in order to like, you know, reference that game as like, to reference Crash in the credits, because obviously that's where it came from. It's interesting though how like they kept Cortex in though. Like, you know, they keep Cortex in, but they leave, what do you call it? It's like, they keep Cortex in, but they leave, like, okay, good job, 26 out of 28 moves, you got a gem. Okay, so round 8, here we go. So yeah, they keep Cortex in, but change everything else, which is the funny thing. Maybe like, they just wanted to like keep something in to just like, you know, hint people that they actually built this off a Crash Bandicoot project. Would potentially make sense. Dun 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 dun. This is a tune. Dun 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 dun. Good job, 21 out of 22 moves. Okay, we're making progress. It's only a matter of time. Good job, 24 out of 24 moves. Okay, we're approaching the end of round 8. I don't know if it's just me, but like, this feels like it was easier than the Crash fan game. Not the Crash fan game, but the Crash Party game. I keep calling it a fan game for some reason. At this point, I don't understand why. Man, maybe it's because like, you know, I've been playing and live streaming for so long now that I'm pretty exhausted at this point. Good job, 26 out of 28 moves, you got a gem. Round 9, session 1. It's sick when the music goes dun 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 dun. That was almost close, but yeah, you can see the build up of button inputs there. It's like, half the time it's like, there's no way I can get them all. Okay, what the fuck? That was a simple one. Good job, 22 out of 24 moves. Alright, yeah, we're on the penultimate round right here, round 9. Okay, we got this. What the fuck? Okay, nice try. 22 out of 28 moves. Try again. Okay, so that restarts round 9 at this point. But you know, we're this far in. Might as well. We're almost finished. It's still pretty tough though, gotta say. Yeah, I think it's always like around the later rounds it gets tougher. But it still feels slightly easier than the Crash Party game though. Good job, 21 out of 24 moves. Okay. Yeah, they just have them doing the most basic ass dance possible on top of the island. It's only a matter of time, people. Good job, 28 out of 28 moves. Alright. Fucking hell. They're so fucking bunched together at this point. It's like, it's easier when they're further apart, but when they're so close together, it's like, it just makes it such a cramp fest in order to like press these buttons as fast as possible. See, I don't even have that many moves left. I'm pretty much fucked at this point. Nice try. 23 out of 32 moves. Try again. What a piss take. They always pile up later on. Alright, good job. 24 out of 24 moves. Okay, we got this. Good job. 25 out of 28 moves. Round 9, session 3. Yeah, this is the one. This is the kicker. Okay, come on, we gotta get this. Fucking hell. No, fuck this about. Come on, we got this. What the fuck? Nice try. 27 out of 32 moves. Try again. I don't have a choice. Good job, 24 out of 24 moves. Even though the screen flashed red at one point, but yeah. Okay, we got this. Come on, we must have this. Fucking hell, man. Oh, that's already fucked it. It's literally fucking up with the position of the circle. It's like, nice try at 23 or 24 moves out of 28. I mean, that wasn't even a hard one either. Just the circle started fucking shit up. It can't make up its mind on where the fuck it wants to be. Can't make up its fucking mind on its positioning. So stupid. She's being bloody stupid. Good job, 23 out of 24 moves. It either goes one button pressed too far or it just like goes to the most random place possible. Good job, 28 out of 28 moves. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, so we got this. That one was proper fucked up. Are you taking the piss? Come on, that was so close. Nice try, 25 out of 32 moves. Try again. Yep. This one's actually taking the piss. Okay, we got this. Fucking hell. You can't be serious. Just like missing the most basic shit possible. Good job, 22 out of 24 moves. Let's go. Man, it's like literal fucking stupidity right now. Yeah. Well, I actually got them all. Good job. 23 out of 24 moves. Fucking hell. Like, they're so close to each other, it's ridiculous. Might as well cut your losses. Good job, 25 out of 28 moves. Okay, we got this, come on. The penultimate round is really taking the piss. Fucking hell. Wow, okay, that was close. Good job, 28 out of 32 moves, you got a gem, okay. That's the penultimate gem. Alright, so let's progress to the final round. Round 10, session 1. Come on, we got this shit. This one's a bit fucked. Nice try, 21 out of 24 moves, try again. Oh, hey Sandra, welcome to the live stream, cheers for stopping by. She says, hi, what is that game? As a matter of fact, this is technically Crash Bandicoot Fusion, but I've just finished completing the actual game itself, and now I'm just playing a hidden... I'm pretty much playing the hidden Spyro game within it, so it's like I'm playing the hidden Spyro party game, which actually boots up if you actually, you know, run Crash Bandicoot Fusion whilst holding the left and right triggers. It just boots up the Spyro party game. So it's like a rhythm-based game, which is actually built off the Crash Party game that was featured in both Crash Nitro Kart for the Game Boy Advance and Spyro Fusion for the Game Boy Advance. So yeah, I'm on the final round of this game too. Round 10. Well, she says cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool how they feature this stuff. But yeah, people, Sandra's renamed herself to Laura Boss Killer, for those who don't know. And she's done so multiple times. But yeah, she's changed her username on multiple occasions. But you know, it is what it is. Good job, 22 out of 24 moves. Okay, so like, hopefully if all goes to plan, this should indeed be the final round. But this is fun to play, but like when it doesn't take the piss. I mean, it's fun to play in general. It's just at certain points where, like, you know, all the inputs are bundled all together, and like they put them so close together to the point where like you can't get them all. Okay, good job, 28 out of 28 moves. She says, not changed no more, be left now. Oh, so you want to keep your username like that? Fair enough. That's calm. Round 10, session 3, okay. Hopefully, if this all goes to plan, this should be the final session of the final round. So this has still been fun for what it's worth, otherwise I wouldn't have even started playing it in the first place. So it's something that's worth showcasing. Right, congratulations. 31 out of 32 moves, you got all 10 gems. I knew it was all 10 gems. I knew the limit was 10. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, just like in the Crash Party game, it's 10, just like it was. So yeah, just like the finishing point was 10 crystals in the Crash Party game, the finishing point for this Spyro Party game is 10 gems. So yeah, it's pretty much the exact same premise as you'd expect it to be. This has certainly been a lot of fun playing this, and honestly I highly recommend people playing it for what it's worth. Crash Bandicoot Fusion has been a lot of fun, so has this Spyro Party game, for what it potentially had to offer. I can say it's definitely been like an adventure, and honestly, like, it's great to know that I can put all this in the past for everything that it's worth. Okay, now I reckon this would be a great place to wrap up the live stream, but before I do so, I'm going to look for someone to raid. Although before I actually end this off, I like to say that this has been proper fun, and I have to admit, Crash Bandicoot Fusion has sort of been a partial test for what it's worth, so it was more or less what I anticipated, to be completely honest. And also, yeah, at that point where I was just like, you know, strolling around at the end of Tech Park for like pretty much sort of an extended period of time. Yeah, I was pretty much doing that as like what do you call it? But yeah, I was pretty much like sort of making up more time to like remember more stuff that, you know, I sort of initially planned to say, but at the same time sort of like, you know, make more space to like give more stuff more credit, or just like see if I could bring up more topics that are like, you know, relevant to the game itself and all that. But anyways, since that panned out the way it did, it's still been fun for what it was worth. So yeah, also yeah, Sandra says, take care, cool pro. So feel free to stick around for the raid, because I'm just about to raid someone. Yeah, I'm just going to look for someone to raid before I finish this up. So yeah, it's been really fun doing this. So as explained previously, Crash Bandicoot Fusion is pretty much like the final... It's pretty much like the final game that takes place along the 6th gen console era, as in like, you know, even though it's a Game Boy Advance release, it takes place alongside the PS2, Xbox, and Nintendo. So it takes place alongside the PS2, the Xbox, and the Nintendo GameCube. I don't know why, like... I don't know why. I legit don't know why my ad-libs decided to fuck up as soon as I got to Nintendo GameCube, but what the fuck ever. But anyways, I'm gonna look for someone to raid. So back to what I was saying, it was pretty interesting how like this game is like the final game that took place alongside the 6th gen console era as like a handheld console game, a portable handheld console game for the Game Boy Advance. And the one and only Game Boy Advance game that takes place alongside the 7th gen console era with the PS3, the Xbox 360 and the Nintendo Wii is Crash of the Titans. Since, you know, that game was released on, well, it was released on PS2, apart from the PS3, but at the same time, like, but it was during the 7th gen console era at the time when the PS3 was actually present within the market at that point. So yeah, that's why I say it like that. So Crash of the Titans is definitely gonna be a change of pace and like a change of expectations per se, even though like in a way it'd be sort of a partial test. So in terms of like gameplay altogether, I reckon I'm gonna spend a bit more time with Crash of the Titans before actually going live with it. But yeah, with that being the case, that's actually the final. So yeah, this is pretty much, that being the case, that officially ticks off the 4th box. It literally ticks off that box for livestream number 4 of my 800 followers special celebration livestream series event that I had planned. And I'm gonna level with you, I sort of feel like my limits are sort of partially stretched per se. I don't know whether to do with the fact that, you know, today the weather is like pretty hot, muggy and humid for how things normally are. I don't know how I ended up saying humid, but what the fuck ever. But you know, Trainer 4 gets fucked up. Yeah, Sandra says okay. Alright, so I'm gonna look for someone to raid, see if they're playing a Crash Bandicoot game at least. So let me just search through the categories, and then sooner or later I'll pick someone to raid. I get that, you know, there are parts of it that could have gone better. But for what it's worth, this stream actually went better than the previous livestream, how it panned out. So honestly, I'll take what I can get. And not only that, but like, sometimes you just gotta get these things done when you really don't have time to, like, you know, postpone it. Because, you know, it's already bad enough that, well, not necessarily bad enough, but it's already time sensitive enough that I had to postpone the, you know, the overall culmination to this specific live stream. But at the same time, with that being the case, it also worked out for the better because it ended up resulting in more content for my channel and also a bigger boost for both my YouTube and Twitch stats on top of that. So like, well, only a partial boost, nothing too overly substantial, but like just something, it's just a little bit of a standard boost per se. Plus it certainly keeps, you know, what you call it, the channels active on top of that, which is like, you know, a pretty good way to maintain your presence. Okay, so I'm gonna check out what these people are up to, like who's live streaming in what categories. So we got 6 people live streaming Crash Bandicoot 1, even though every single one of them is of the original Crash Bandicoot. Well, not the, well, I say the original Crash Bandicoot, but as in like Crash Bandicoot 1 from the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy build, although one of them's using that category to play Crash 3 within Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, but like they're using the Crash 1 category even though they're playing Crash 3. So yeah, while that person's doing that, while that person's playing Crash 3 in Insane Trilogy, there are, I stand corrected, 2 people are playing Crash 3 in Insane Trilogy even though they're using the Crash Bandicoot 1 livestream category on Twitch. And one of them's pretty much a rerun as well, so yeah. In terms of the Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back category, there's only one person doing a livestream of Crash 2 at the moment, and that's pretty much, and at this point it's pretty much just a speedrunner actually, doing speedrun attempts of the Japanese version of Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back. Well, telling by the title, this person is actually doing a 305% completion playthrough, so like pretty much this person was doing 100% completion playthroughs of all 3 Crash Bandicoot games within the original Crash Bandicoot trilogy, but it's like, but this person is playing the Japanese versions, which is pretty interesting. So for the Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped category, pretty much we've got 3 people in this livestream category, and they're all playing the Insane Trilogy build of Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. And right now we have like one person doing a livestream within the Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex livestream category, but we don't know whether or not it's actually playing Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex or not. But interestingly enough, the title suggests different. So yeah, it just makes the decisions tougher. Okay, so there's one person live streaming Crash of the Titans. We don't know which version that they're playing. Okay, it looks like they're playing. It looks like they're either playing the Xbox 360 version or the Nintendo Wii version. And it looks like they're emulating it on a smartphone on top of that, so yeah, interestingly enough. Oh no, they're emulating the PSP version. Yeah, because I know for a fact it doesn't allow the PS2 version. So this person's emulating the PSP version of Crash of the Titans. Okay, so wow, this list needs to stop refreshing. Okay, so Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. So we've got 4 people live streaming Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time at this point. Yeah, these seem pretty interesting. So yeah, at this point, it's just decisions right now. Okay, so while I pick someone to raid, Alessandro says still here. Okay, good to know. Good to know you're sticking around for the raid. Yeah, just trying to pick someone to raid of like, who's streaming Crash Bandicoot at this point. And like, someone pretty much suitable to raid as well, because like some people are just using these categories to sort of like stream other games, which in a way is not on. Okay, so yeah, my options are pretty much little to none on like, who's streaming a Crash game and who does like, pretty much decent type of structure per se. I mean, no disrespect to people that don't do commentary, but Okay, so yeah, I'm really keeping my options open here, but at the same time, it's like, it is a bit of a piss take when your options are little to none. But I apologize for these people. It's just, when you find out that like these are your options, you can't really pick and choose your circumstances. It's like legit, you can't help it when it looks dead. Okay, so I reckon I've settled. So at this point, I reckon. Okay, so at this point, I reckon I finally settled on who I'm actually gonna raid. So yeah, let's just pick a user. Alright people, so at this point I've actually decided upon raiding Sniper Matty, who's actually live streaming Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time right now. So yeah, right now that actually looks like my best option, so yeah. I sincerely apologize that, like, you know, it took a bit more of an extended time, like, to find a person to raid. I sincerely apologize for the unexpected delay. But of course, when your options are little to none, like, you legit just gotta weigh them out and just, like, work with what you got. Okay, so that being the case, this has definitely been a lot of fun. I can't believe we're this far into the series right now. So yeah, that's pretty much livestream number 1, livestream number 2, livestream number 3, and livestream number 4 complete for this event. Hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, the next livestream, which is livestream number 5, should be the final livestream of this livestream series event in order to finally wrap up the livestream series event altogether. Hopefully that'll all go to plan, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, just gonna put a bit more time into Crash of the Titans for the Game Boy Advance before actually proceeding with that. So yeah, with that being the case, this would be a great place to wrap up the 4th livestream for this event. So it's been an interesting 4th part for what it's worth. So yeah, people, hope everyone sticks around for future live streams. And legit, it's more than about time that I finished this because it's been on the backlog for a while. So yeah, no time like the present to, you know, properly finish it off for what it has to offer. The amount of content jam-packed into it is proper next level, and the sooner it's finished, the better. Okay, so I reckon this would be a good place to, like, properly wrap it up now that I've actually, you know, found someone to raid. I shall be raiding Sniper Matty, who's currently live streaming Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time, as I've mentioned previously a short while ago. So yeah, people, stick around for the raid. For those of you who are watching this live on Twitch, feel free and be sure to drop a follow to my Twitch channel if you haven't already, in order to keep yourselves up to date with future live streams whenever they may happen. And stick around for the upcoming raid. And for those of you who are watching this archived on YouTube, feel free and be sure to subscribe, like, or rate, however you want to put it. Drop a comment below to leave constructive feedback if you possibly can, and or share around with whoever possible. And see you lot on whatever's up next on both my YouTube and Twitch channels. Until then, laters everyone, peace out.